gonna set up the streaming really quickly because I need to be the host, and then we can start it.
منذر كيفك المنذر؟
الحمد لله.
منذر is another troublemaker
The
from
camera
Gaza.
is out of service. عندنا ما في. We don't have electricity. We don't, and it's almost night in Gaza. 7 p.m. Gaza time.
Yeah, we can
Good
hear your
evening to
voice.
everybody.
We can hear your voice,
Can
which is more important.
can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very clear. Yeah, don't worry about the
But
camera.
you
Mundir.
can't see my face
Never
because
mind. I
we
want to
don't
hear your
have
voice.
electricity.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's okay.
Well, at least we can hear you منذر منيح.
Yeah.
شو الأخبار اليوم منذر؟
والله تمام الحمد لله. نزوح طبين فينا خلع الله وكيلك. قاعدين بقصف تو قصفوا برج الرؤية. Just now they bomb at الرؤية tower. One of the
Should we start
the best
No, not
towers
yet.
in Gaza.
Today.
30 minutes ago is just far away from here, maybe 10 minutes walking. And the shrapnels everywhere around this area, even. I was sitting, me and my son Faraj. So when we heard the bomb, we thought we are the target. But so we are very lucky that we are still alive, and hopefully no one injured. Even we don't know, because that's happened around 25 minutes ago only.
And how far is
these days they took a decision.
How far is it from you, منذر?
10 minutes walking only. 10 minutes
Oh my
walking.
goodness.
But
خلينا
it was a
نبلش.
huge bombs. It
Okay.
was extremely a
Did you
huge
start?
bomb.
Not yet. I want to make sure everyone hears it, so I want to start, and then we can talk about this report.
Let's
So-
start. Let's start at 10.
Yeah.
3 more
Start
minutes,
again,
or,
please.
or should
Thank
we
you.
start now? What do you think?
I think
guys?
we're good to start now. Yeah, I'm good.
منذر
اخوي
اسمع، احنا ما بلشنا رسمي، فهلا we can start officially. And
Okay.
I'll
No,
have
no
you
worries.
explain, repeat everything you said. الله يخليك.
okay.
Okay.
ولا يهمك ولا يهمك.
Yalla.
Tell us.
I'm gonna start.
When do you want to be ready?
Okay. So like in 5 seconds, everybody ready? I'll start in 5 seconds. Down. Yalla. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Salam everyone. مرحبا. كيف حالكم?
عليكم السلام.
Inshallah, everyone will start learning more Arabic, the native languages. This is a call for everyone who wants to know the truth, because Western languages, including English, especially English, are used to exclude the others and to exclude their voices and their truths. So please learn more Arabic, because it is the lived experience of the people in Palestine that counts more than what you hear on the mainstream media in the West. So thank you for coming, for joining our webinar today. Today is a shameful day for humanity. It's been 701 days of mass slaughter of children, men, women, and civilians. 701 days of live stream genocide while the whole world is watching. Mundir, if you can just mute yourself. Okay, thank you. Every single day, on average, a school bus of children is slaughtered. That is a school bus full of children being slaughtered by Israel every single day, day in, day out, for the last 700 days. Each school bus of those is about 29 children. Each child is a life. Each child is a story. Each child has a mother, has a father, has siblings, has family. Each child has a mother who endured pregnancy for 9 months to deliver them. Each child has parents who were aspiring for their child to grow up and to go to school, go to college, to get education, to get a job, and start their own family. These are all lives that were stripped away from us, from humanity. Each child is a story. They are not numbers, they have names. They have parents and mothers who are grieving for their loss. Each day, for the last 701 days, a school bus of mothers has been slaughtered. A school bus of mothers, that's on average 30 mothers every single day for 700 days. And each mother is a story. It's a life. She has children that she was taking care of them. She has a husband, she has a family, she has parents. She had hopes, she had dreams, she had aspirations for her children. Each single day for the last 701 days, a school bus of mothers have been slaughtered. Each day for the last 701 days, a school bus of men and fathers has been slaughtered. And they have stories, they have families to take care of, they have jobs, they have aspirations, they have homes to take care of. They were all also taken away from humanity on our watch, with our money, with our taxes, with our complicity. Each day for the last 700 days, a school bus of elderly has been taken away from us. Elderly people who are already fragile, might be sick, might be having problems, chronic illnesses. They died, they were killed by our massive bombs that the West have produced, the most sophisticated weapons in the world to be deployed against innocent civilians. All this has been happening on our watch in the name of self-defense of Israel, self-defense of the Western countries. If your security and your legitimacy and your existence depends on slaughtering a school bus of children every single day for 700 days, then you are in big trouble. If your security and your existence, your legitimacy depending on mass slaughtering children for 700 days, every single day, you are in big problem because you need to question your legitimacy and your security. If any country, any nation in the world, if their security depends or contingent on the mass slaughter of children, of mothers, of fathers, of civilians, defenseless people, then you need to question yourself. You are the one who should question yourself. No legitimacy for any country, for any regime, for any project in the world justifies the murder, the mass slaughter of children for 701 days. And to destroy every hospital, to attack every healthcare institution, to kill doctors, to kill nurses, to kill paramedics, those people who are there to protect lives, to save the victims. How can you justify your actions? How you justify this? This is a self-defense. And to top all of this, you put the whole population, whoever left in Gaza, about 2 million, down from 2.3 million, because for all most realistic estimates, more than 300,000 civilians have been killed in Gaza. So we have only 2 million left there. To impose a man-made forced famine on them, if you have this power to impose mass starvation and to control every piece of bread that goes to a full population of 2 million people, this means you cannot claim self-defense anymore. This means you are the one who have the power. If you have, or any other country in the world has the power to decide what every child, what every mother can eat in the morning or not eat, or in the evening, or go to bed at night hungry, then you are the aggressor. Mass starvation can never be a self-defense. This is an offensive. This is an offense on humanity. This is an attack. So I'll leave everyone to ponder about this. There is a lot more to say, but that's why we have our webinars here. We have a group of distinguished speakers, and we have our colleagues and our people from Gaza on the webinar to speak more to this. I'm gonna not take any longer. I'm gonna start with Monzer. He is a brave colleague from Gaza who's been helping us and helping the camp where he lives at the city port of Gaza and the displaced camp there, to hear any updates from him, the situation. Mondir, are you still there? I hope we don't lose you. Let's talk to him before we lose him
I'm still
because
here.
I have problems with their
I'm
camera.
still here, but good evening, everyone from Gaza. And I'm sorry for my camera. As you know, it is evening time, almost 7:15 Gaza time, PM, and we don't have electricity, so there is no more light in Gaza. So my camera is black. I'm sorry for that. Hopefully, the war will be end soon, so we will get electricity after that. The latest update about the situation, as I just now before starting this webinar, Israeli IDF just bombed Al Tower, and this is the third tower that they bombed for the last 48 hours, and it bombed with very huge bombs. For the first time, we can hear and we can feel how big and how huge this bomb, and many families actually become homeless or displaced. They already displaced, but they become no tents, no house, or nothing. They left everything, and as you know, Israel IDF will give them only 15 minutes to evacuate the tower, uh, and after that they will bomb the tower. And that's happened for the third time. The first tower, they bombed Mushtaha Tower. That was 2 days ago. Yesterday, they bombed another tower. It is Al Husari Tower. And today, Al Roya Tower, one of the famous tower in Gaza. And it is half collapsed, but today they complete destroying the tall building. And that decision happened 3 days ago, and to destroy the whole buildings in Gaza. So that is in general about how is the situation in Gaza, and
Mondir,
we are
Mondir,
expecting.
Mondir,
Go ahead, Mehmet.
can you tell me about those buildings? What does these high rising means? How many
Oh,
stories each one of them? How many apartments? How many civilians each one was housing? And what does destroying them means? How many people are going to be displaced or have been displaced by destroying these
the three
high rise?
the three towers, the three tall towers in Gaza, full of displaced families, and all of them are civilian, innocent. There is no military at all. That is to force them to move from north of Gaza and Gaza City to go to the south. So, by that way, they consider that the operation and it started or already 10 days ago to evacuate us from Gaza City and north of Gaza to go to the south. And that is make the families to be forced to go to south of Gaza because they don't have a chance or they don't have any option to stay in Gaza City anymore. So they will just leave with even nothing, no mattress or no blankets or nothing. And they just left everything behind, and Israel directly bombed the place. And we are expecting to bomb more places in Gaza. So the people starting to evacuate without thinking to stay here. I can say the percentage increasing day by day. as we have a fear that today we can go freely from south of Gaza, from north of Gaza and Gaza City to go to the south without a checkpoint. Today, without a checkpoint, but we have so many traffic. Yesterday, I went to Deir al-Balah, that is in the south, to rent a space there, empty space to put my tent for me and my family. And the road.
Monder, are you still there? Let's wait.
Seems to cut. Yeah, we should wait for a bit.
Sometimes the internet is on and off. We'll see. That's all Maribel's fault. You need to fix the world. We need to get the internet in Gaza.
أيوة
أيوة.
ما فيش مشكلة, right? No problem, we'll get there.
Monder, are you there? So while while we're waiting for Monder is currently in Gaza by the port in a displaced camp from the people from the north of Gaza. And he's talking about towers, high-rising buildings in the Gaza city. As you're all aware, Gaza City is the city that has been declared by the IPC, the International Food Classification System, as a famine-impacted area about 2 weeks ago. So we're talking about a city that is full of 1 million people who are suffering from man-made forced starvation. Most of them are displaced. There are still few buildings left there, housing, the people there. So we're talking about a country that is not just imposing forced famine on this city. Now they are going and destroying their buildings, especially the high rise. The high rise, each one of these buildings is more stories and above, more than 10 stories. Some of them are 15, some of them are 12, and each story is maybe 4 or 5, apartments. So you're talking about thousands of civilians are already being starved, already have nothing to do, already have been under complete blockade for the last 6 months. Now they are giving 5 to 10 minutes to leave this high-rise building and go just nowhere in the streets. They don't offer them options. But imagine yourself in your home here in Detroit, in New York, in Philadelphia, in Boston. Someone calls you, gives you a message. You have 5 minutes, 10 minutes to leave your house. Why?
I'm still here.
Does this make sense? Monder, you're back?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, so just the fact that they give them 5, 10 minutes to leave, that doesn't make it legal. I know they do this to check the book, so when the international courts go after them, they can say, we gave them, a notification, and we did not bomb the high rise while the people are there. But this also means that you are sitting in your house. Dania, you are sitting in your house. Martha, you are in your home now. Okay, you have 5 minutes to leave your house because I want to bomb it.
Yeah.
Okay, and you are thrown in the street.
With nothing.
Tom, you have 5 minutes. Leave your house. I want to bomb it.
Formally, nothing.
Yasmin,
Without
John,
not taking
Patrick,
only
Steve.
your children. Sometimes
already
you can't
start-
even
you already
take
start-
your children.
Yeah, تفضل مندر. يلا, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to confirm to you that the situation is getting more worse after the decision to target the tall building in Gaza. So the people just took a decision to leave Gaza City with even waiting anymore, as when they bomb the place, it is really huge, and they just, as I mentioned, they just give a few minutes, and in that time you can't take anything from your tent or from your place where you're staying. So that's the reason why many people these days forced to leave Gaza City and go to the south of Gaza. I want to talk about in the upcoming days, we are expecting to bomb more buildings. So they want to destroy Gaza City as IDF destroyed Beit Lahia, Beit Hanun, and Jabalia and Rafah. He want to do the same thing. Sometimes they send us notification, as yesterday morning they sent us notification to leave Gaza City to go to the south, because by that way he will say to international courts that we give them already notification, but they never listen to us. So I want to clarify, in south of Gaza there is no space. It is not enough for 2 million people can stay in very small area. So that's what we are facing, or what we are struggling. We are also, I want to talk about, if we want to move from Gaza City to go to the south, the transportation, as I mentioned, it is extremely expensive, and normal families in Gaza can't afford to get in transportation, to take a car or to rent a car to go there, to go to the south. So the cost is really huge, and as I mentioned, the transportation is expensive because they are using artificial
Artificial.
fuel, as Israel already stopped allowing the fuel to come to Gaza. So Gaza people started to make artificial one by burning the plastic and mix it with cooking oil, so it become a fuel, and the traffic happen because these cars using the artificial fuel. So that make the traffic more and more day by day. If you want to move from the south, from the north, or from Gaza City to go to the south, should take you only 15 minutes, but these days 2 hour and a half, almost 3 hours sometimes. So, and there are so many people these days are moving, starting from yesterday, once we got the notification from IDF. But this is illegal, and we don't have any option. We don't have any other option. As a Palestinian who's living in Gaza City, and I have evacuated from Beit Lahia in the north, and I have a very good experience these days of evacuation. This is not my first time to evacuate. This is I'm not counting actually, but yeah, we have to follow what IDF saying for us. We lost many of our family members in Gaza, but we don't have any other option. But in the same time, we still have a hope that there is a negotiation between Israel and international diplomatic relation or something like that in Doha or in Egypt. We are following the news. Hopefully, the news will give a good result. But in the same time, in the people who is living in Gaza City are very pessimistic about the result of this negotiation in Doha or in Cairo. The decision has been taken. I'm sorry to inform you that many families already evacuated from Gaza City, and I'm following them tomorrow, inshallah. Tomorrow I'm leaving Gaza City to go to the south. I'm still here, but I managed to evacuate my mom and my dad. That's in terms of me. And I rented for them a place in Dir Balah. And the cost to rent the place there is also very high. It's not for free. So a normal family cannot afford. And 99% of Gaza families, they don't have any income to rent a place in the south. And the transportation, as I mentioned, it is extremely expensive. So two challenges we have these days for the families in the people, for the 1 million who is living in Gaza City. In terms of the tents become extremely expensive, as Israeli IDF is still not allowing any tents coming to Gaza, as he already destroyed all the buildings in Gaza. So almost 99% after he destroy Gaza city, will be staying in a tents. So that's in terms of the tents, and in terms of how life it is. In terms of the humanitarian crisis, we have hunger as weapons. The food, as I mentioned in the previous webinars, the food is available, but we don't have money to buy the food. So in the media, I believe you will not see there is a hunger in Gaza. I can confirm that as I'm living here. But as I mentioned, we don't have money to buy it. A normal family can't afford to buy a meal or a food for their children. So the crisis is still there. The hunger is still there. Only few people or few families can afford to buy the food from the market. Uh, if anyone have a question, you can tell me.
So again, Munder, thank you. Thank you for giving us these important updates. I'm sorry to tell you that I'm not that optimistic about the ceasefire negotiations. 2 years into this genocide, more than 700 days, we know that this is the Israeli way, Netanyahu way of buying time, prolonging things so he can commit more crimes. We know that their goal is the complete extermination and expulsion of the Palestinian people. We know that no one in the world has the right to attack civilians. No one in the world has the right to bomb their houses. No one in the world has the right to mass slaughter children and women and men and fathers. No one's security justifies this. There is never an excuse to expel people of their homes. Your rights and your security stop when you start infringing on other people's rights. Your right to security is not more important than the other people's right to security. The people of Gaza have the right to security. The people of Gaza have the right to live in peace. The people of Gaza have the right to their homes. They have the right to their land. They have the right to their state, to everything any other human being in the world has. No one in the world, no country, no regime, no religion, no faith justifies mass slaughter of children. Nothing justifies the complete annihilation of a population. Nothing in the world justifies genocide. Not even God Himself has the right to kill people and mass slaughter people for 2 years. Nothing. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you are chosen people or not chosen people. It doesn't matter what your security situation is. Your security, your right stops when other people rights, other people right to existence, to life, to freedom, to security starts. If your security is that demanding that you have to annihilate a whole people to feel secure, then your existence is wrong. It's not their existence, your existence. Your project is wrong. No one has the right to starve a whole population and claim that this is a self-defense. This is this and this is that. Munzer, anyone has any question from the panel? Anyone has any questions for Munzer, please?
Dr. Nidal, I would like to add something to
Okay.
the
Go ahead.
question came from you. You asked Mundir about approximately how many people would be in those, high rise buildings. And when Mushtaha Tower was bombed, we actually got news from our friends there who lived at Mushtaha Tower that they had 400, at least 400 families with their
That's
kids,
right.
with other families hosting them. So they were talking about over 1,000 Palestinians in the tower of Mushtaha that was flattened 2 days ago. So you can imagine again those couple of minutes, of warning that the Jewish Zionist Israeli army, provide or give a notice to the people. And these towers now the Israeli army also distributed, or let's say they threw maps with highlighted towers in red, that these are the upcoming ones to be bombed. So they are telling the people that go or you will be killed. Leave these towers or you will be killed. So it is a systematic extermination. And as I always say, when it comes to the scheme of debilitation and extermination, we are looking at this process as a systematic process that started back in 1947, when those groups of Jewish, between brackets, scholars would come to Palestine to study each village. The head of, as according to Ilan Pape in his book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, how each Palestinian village was studied, identifying the heads of each of these villages. So there was a plan in place, and that plan continues until today. So, but now in an accelerating mode, right? So the other thing also, Dr. Nidal, you mentioned something about you cannot claim self-defense. And I always ask myself, do colonizers, do oppressors have the right to even talk about self-defense? You know, so the people who are oppressed, the colonized, the Palestinians, are the only ones to claim this right of self-defense. We have the right to resist, we have the right to arm resistance, but we also need to start challenging even the status quo, and we need to start challenging these discourses that the whole existence of Israel, should be challenged. And this colonizer needs to be challenged in a way that it doesn't have any right to exist or to self-defense, right? So, and we can talk more about the scheme of debilitation, and if I get some time, but
Again, as you
but
said,
yeah.
Palestinian people also have the right to security. Munder, Allah khalik, just unmute. They have the right to security. They have the right to
Yeah,
self-defense. They have the
I
right
just want to add something, my brother. Families here in Gaza just survive on hope. We just have hope only, waiting for any borders to be open for a ceasefire or to stop the war. That miracle will happen to change the situation, and it keep changing. So we just have a hope that everything will be changed, hopefully soon, and hunger become part of our everyday life. As I mentioned, not everybody can afford to buy, or who has money can buy food, but most of the people here, they don't have any money. So the sound of children crying from Hungary or from starvation is coming at night and every day. As sometimes I'm showing you how it looks like Gaza in early morning or something like that. People or children are looking for food on the street, and that is the situation in Gaza. And as I mentioned, I just want to get the point, which is for they already for the last 48 hours they already target 3 towers. Every tower consists of, I'm not counting how many apartment inside, but there are many. These towers consider one of the famous towers in Gaza. The number one is Mushtaha. The Arroya one, the one that they bombed today. It is also one of the famous towers. There are so many civilian innocent families living there. Approximately, as Sister Yasmin said, there are almost 1,000 in every tower. Even the tower already destroyed. It is half collapse. It's not um still new, for example. It is half collapse, but the people start to rebuild it or refix some of the walls and trying to live inside. But unfortunately, today is the third tower collapse. Even they are, she mentioned, there are more towers will be targeted in upcoming days. So that's make the people in Gaza City run away from Gaza City with even not thinking to take anything with them from Gaza. They just run away from the death or from the kill, from IDF bombs. Even they bomb the South Gaza. There are so many bombs in South Gaza, but we believe it is more secure. Even there is no safe place in Gaza, no secure place in Gaza. But we don't know. We are not. We lost our mentality. We just follow what IDF say because we don't have any other option. But in the same time, I am still have a hope, and everybody who is still staying in Gaza City, and there are many, but in the same time, there are many also left Gaza City. We still have a hope that any minute, starting from now, or maybe tomorrow or after tomorrow, we will have a change to change the situation. And that's what we believe, that God will not leave us alone and the world will not leave us alone. Hopefully, you can take action immediately after 701 days. Even we are not counting how many days because we consider the days or our celebration once the war stops. That time we can start return back to life to start counting how many days or what is today, because now we are still losing. Every day we are losing almost 100 civilian innocent, mostly the people who is looking for humanitarian aid in Zikim area and Rafah area. So hope the world will take action, the situation will be changed as soon as possible.
Yes, I agree, Mundir. As you said, it is insanity, and I don't blame you. We are all, feeling like we are crazy to witness this because this is unconscionable, incomprehensible, and it's only allowed because the world is giving Israel the impunity to commit these crimes. But it doesn't make any sense. And as we said, every human being has the right to security, has the right to life. And the security and the existence of no human being and no entity should be taken at the expense of the lives of other people. As we mentioned, if your security depends and relies on the mass starvation of a whole people, including more than 1 million child, then you need to question your own self. You are the problem here, not them. And despite that, we really lost hope in the world. We lost faith in the world. The people in Gaza, as Monder said, we still have hope. Do you know why they still have hope? Because they have no other option. We all know that there is no hope in this world, but they still have hope because they have no option. And because they are normal human beings like us, they want to live. These are not people who want to die, as Israel claimed, like the people of Gaza all want to die or want to do jihad or they want to die to go to. No, they don't want to go to heaven. They want to live. He wants to live. He wants his children to live, to grow up, to eat, to go to school, to be safe in their home. Monder, if you can mute, please, Allah khalik. So the claims that, oh, they don't care, they want to justify, they're using them as a human shield. Monder is not using his children as a human shield. No one in Gaza is using their children as a human shield. People in Gaza are normal human beings like all of us, actually even better, because they have been enduring all of this, and they're still talking about we have hope, we have future. They still go to school. I talked to Mender yesterday, and the high school children, they were sitting in the exam in a place, an open place. They're doing their final year exam, because these people are not people who want to die and go to heaven and become martyrs. These people who are people are planning to live. If you really want to die or become a martyr, you don't go and sit for the exams. We need to refute all their claims. Oh, self-defense for their security. What about the Palestinian security? What about his children's security? Why is your security more important than the security of others? Who gives you the right to do this? No one has the right. As I said, not even God himself has the right to exterminate a whole people. No one's security should be prioritized over the security of anyone else. Your security, your right stops when you infringe on the rights of other people. And again, we're talking about a whole city that has been declared in famine for the last 6 months, declared 2 weeks ago. And I want to hear from another colleague from Gaza, Mr. Iyad Amawi, to give us more updates about what's happening. Then we are going to go to Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. We're honored to have you, Anthony, with us today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm ready. I'm listening and I'm ready to speak
I wanted to hear
whenever
one
you
more
want me to.
story, one more testimony from Gaza. Then we want to hear your take, because you would be the best to talk about what is the U.S. solution for the famine that happened on their watch. So Iyad, are you there? And before you start, Iyad, we have a lot of guests today. You are all precious. You are all important. We want to hear from all of you, but please just be patient and be flexible. Give us more time. Our webinars do take 2-3 hours, but for a good reason and for a good cause, because we, the people of humanity, need to fix this insanity that's happening in the world. That is something that only us, the people of good conscience here in the United States, in Europe, in global South, all over the world, are the ones who need to stop it, because we know the existing systems, our politicians are all complicit in this and benefiting from this, and they're not stopping it. That's why we do these webinars, to cause we still have hope in people, in humanity. We, the people, need to fix our world for ourselves, for our children, for our future. We don't want this robotic AI model of extermination, of mass, of the Zionist project, of extermination of everyone except the ruling class. So, Iyad, tfaddal.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. I hope everyone is well, and we welcome everyone in his position, especially for Lieutenant Colonel Anthony.
Iyad, if you introduce yourself for us and for the Lieutenant Colonel, please.
Yeah, I'm Engineering Iyad Al-Amawi, the Gaza Relief Committee responsible, and a humanitarian work and free journalist in Gaza. From under this genocide, we're still talking to the free people like you, Dr. Nidal, and my colleagues. The situation now in Gaza town is worsening more and more. The reality of Israel's new plan, Dr. Nidal and my colleagues, focuses on forcibly evacuating Gaza city. The deliberate targeting of the modern high-rise towers, as I mentioned in my last piece, is meant to destroy Gaza's landmarks and erase its urban identity. The occupation deepens also the civilian suffering by bombing the towers. As happened before 1 hour, Al-Ru'ya Tower, it's a big and famous tower in Gaza. They evacuate this tower for more double time yesterday, and they let the people return. And after they evacuated today, they hit it by the huge bombardment. So rendering entire neighborhoods uninhabitable
Also, displacement continues within the Gaza town, and the suffering of residents in Western Gaza grows worse, particularly due to a severe water shortages. The main goal of this plan, my colleague, is to gradually force thousands of people to flee by tightening the siege on the eastern and northern areas of Gaza City. Before a half hour, I talked to Dr. Nabil from Children's Hospital in Al Nasser, the northeast part of the Gaza town, and maybe they need to evacuate the children there. So the Israeli occupation deepening the bombardment by robotic, by AI techniques, without a real invasion or incursion over the ground. At present, the occupation is using explosive robots and massive explosives to push residents to leave without repeated evacuation order. There is no halt to ground operations. Rather, the ground is being prepared for potential upcoming offensive. The claim about a humanitarian zone is misleading, my colleague, and false. Every part of Gaza is being targeted, and there is no area that can be considered safe. The return of thousands of displaced people, Dr. Nadal, yesterday night from the south back to the Gaza city has become increasingly noticeable. There's not because they refused evacuation, but because there are no empty spaces in the south left and no financial ability to sustain long-term displacement. People have been exhausted and drained of all resources. Starvation continues, but is now managed differently, maybe through the black market and shadow economy. The occupation keeps limiting the number of trucks allowed into Gaza. When I talked to the drop site yesterday and day before about the limitations and clarifying the occupation lying about the number of trucks, it's completely differs. Maintaining only the bare minimum of goods that provide calories while healthy nutritional diversity remains prohibited and completely denied any permission to entering these trucks with the good categorization, with the animal proteins and vegetables and the fruits, just limit the amounts, and they use the quantity and the quality war tools. Cleaning and hygiene products also, my colleague, are still largely banned, with only very limited quantities permitted. Most concerning is the noticeably spread of diseases among children and under 10 years old. Pediatric wards are overcrowded with more than 100 children at every ward, most of them suffering from infectious skin or bacterial diseases caused by the collapse of their immune systems. I witnessed hundreds of children suffering from diarrhea and this diseases, the skin diseases, especially in our camps. This situation has exhausted medical staff also and overwhelmed families who look both money and healthy food to help their children recover. Another pressing issue is the rising number of displaced people in the south. While health facilities there are unable to resume operations or expand their capacity to handle the growing population. And also, the Ministry of Health today announced sending a new human appeal to the Jordanian king to resuming and expanding the ability of the Jordanian field hospital in the south, because the number of displacement increased rapidly in the south, and there is no medical centers and hospitals that can meet the huge number. So maybe the situation over the ground, if you may give me a chance, I will talk about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and a lost generation and the hidden consequences of aid. Because the GHF use the dynamics with the hidden manner. It's crucial to focus not only on the current humanitarian situation in Gaza, but also on its long-term consequences. For the younger generation, I notice, and society as a whole, while organizations such as American GHF continue to distribute food at their centers, and they expanded the centers by 2 other warehouses, worrying trends are emerging. Many young people, my colleagues, despite their ages, take this aid item and resell it on the black market at inflated prices. They quickly accumulate large amounts of money, tying their lives to risky behaviors and informal, sometimes illegal economic activities. This reality is creating what can be described as a lost generation here in Gaza. Youth who are drifting away from proper education and upbringing. And also, today is the first day of the educational year. Today. So you can imagine when those children, a lost generation in the street searching for foods and accumulated money, and they went to the distribution centers. Their lives revolve around survival and profit within a system shaped by scarcity and need, rather than personal growth or striving for a better future. In the long run, this weakens the social fabric and creates internal fragility that can last for years, leaving society more vulnerable to exploitation and instability. The crisis is compounded by the ongoing famine and the deliberate denial of access to nutritious food, which limits the opportunities for healthy growth and education. The youth's dependence on aid and their involvement in the black market to create a distorted crisis-based economy that prolongs the suffering and deepens the humanitarian disaster. Most of the families in Gaza town haven't ability to displace today because they haven't money in their wallets or there's no cash with them to pay for the cars to transfer them with their luggages, little luggages. So evidence also suggests that the occupation deliberately channels aid through the American Organization for Hidden Objectives beyond the state humanitarian goals, maybe such as controlling the flow of resources and directing them to serve its own interests, replacing the international organizations like UNRWA and others. WFP with the American entity helps achieve these aims, including delivering aid to irresponsible groups who have little age, have no responsibility, they have no guidance. Most of them may be orphans and they control by themselves. There is no guidance, thereby neutralizing any potential positive impact of assistance and to creating an economy tied to scarcity and exploitation. Maybe the danger is twofold. First, youth become dependent on the money that make from aid distribution, acquiring informal market skills instead of educational and personal development. And the second hidden reason society as a whole is weakened as a new generations grow up in an economy based on the crisis and the chaos, far removed from a proper social and educational values. Therefore, there's essential to examine this dynamic in depth. They show that while humanitarian aid saves lives in the short term, it can also be used indirectly to maybe to shape a generation focused solely on profit and informal economic activities, leaving as long-lasting impact on the social and economic and political fabric of the society. So it's the hidden reason for insisting on distributing aids by the GHF.
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah. Okay. If you need more, I will talk about
Yeah,
another issue.
Yeah, I'm gonna have here a couple of other testimonies from Gaza. There's an echo, guys. I don't know why. Sorry, Ed. We'll come back. We'll come back to you also. And Anthony, I wanna, if you please forgive us, I wanna hear another testimony from Gaza before we get to you. We'll make it up for you. Another extra day in Dearborn. But we all know everyone in Gaza is suffering. But there are some communities that are suffering more than others, and they got it worse, especially the children, the sick, the disabled, the elderly. One of those groups is the disabled community in Gaza, who have been disabled, most of them, the majority of them, by Israel bombs and by Israeli attacks. Today we have a special guest from the disabled community in Gaza, Muhammad Abu Kmail. So I'm going to give him the opportunity to tell us their stories. So Yasmin, please, تفضل Yasmin, and introduce Muhammad, and let's hear from our people there. How's the disabled community in Gaza weathering through this? I mean, I don't know. I mean, us, we are healthy, we're young, we're in the West, and we cannot even bear this pain that they are going through. I cannot imagine how they are holding up, how they are, managing through this insanity that's been inflicted on the whole world with the impunity that the U.S. is giving Israel. تفضل ياسمين.
Thank you, Dr. Nidal. أهلا وسهلا يا محمد. We are honored to have you today with us. I'm Yasmin Sununu. I am postdoc fellow at Wayne State University with Karamanos Cancer Institute. And I'm also a disability scholar, and disability and working with people with disabilities and having them as my friends has been always my passion. And I love to always see people like Muhammad, like Hussein.
Yasmin,
We are going to start with Muhammad.
Yasmin,
Yeah.
before we start, where are you from?
Oh, I am originally from Gaza. So
You
I was
are from Gaza. So please, everyone claps for Yasmin.
I was
Anything
born
else.
I was born and raised in Gaza, and I was only lucky enough to leave Gaza back in 2009 on a scholarship, the Fulbright scholarship.
So this, Yasmin, is an example of the women in Gaza that Israel claims that the people of Gaza, they're subjugating their women. Their women are not smart, are not educated. Yasmin, you did not get lucky. You earned it. You earned every step on the way. You are a scholar here in the United States. You are a Canadian citizen. You are a PhD. You are a professor, or I
Thank you.
consider everyone who is fighting for this a professor. So we are honored to have you too, and honored to have our colleagues. So be proud, Yasmin. We are proud of you, and Gaza should be proud of you too.
Thank you.
Of
Thank
course,
you.
Dr. Nidal, we're getting you, Dr. Yasmin, and proud about you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Iyad. We are in spite of everything we have been going through, we still overcome, and we will always overcome, right, Iyad? So, and it makes it harder for me to, be here, not with my people in Gaza. I left Gaza right after the cast lead operation, and I'm still battling with asthma because of the phosphorus pumps that we inhaled, if you remember, Iyad. And then went back 2011, was teaching at the universities there, and again witnessed the massive attack on Gaza 2012 too. So now I'm here watching my people from far away being murdered. So it's difficult. It's difficult to be away, to be far away while your people are being exterminated. But all we can do is to keep their voices alive, to keep them and their voices up there, right? So today, I'm honored to be here with you and to have Mohammed Abu Kmail. Mohammed Abu Kmail is a disability activist. And I know that this may surprise some of you today, but Mohammed is currently working as an explosive ordnance risk education officer with Handicap International, Humanity and Inclusion. Mohammed has been implementing risk education programs. And Mohammed is, you know, a person with disability. He uses a wheelchair. He provides psychosocial first aid, coordinated project activities. And he always also, he worked before with أطفالنا.
Yasmin, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why does he use a wheelchair?
Sorry?
Why does he use a wheelchair?
Oh, Muhammad has a physical disability. And
Okay.
we can always ask him, you know, all these questions so he will better, you know, give us answers instead of us talking about him, right? But as my friend, Muhammad is a person with a disability, and he uses a wheelchair because he has a physical disability. But I'm gonna stop here and have him start so we can hear from him. Muhammad, tell us about your experience and what your lived experience under the genocide, and what does disability means under the genocide. And of course, we would love for him to also tell us about his current work, which is very important. You know, when people, when you read a title like that, you wonder what type of work Muhammad is doing, right? So we are proud to have you. أهلا وسهلا يا محمد. يعني إحنا سعيدين إنه اليوم أنت معانا، ودايما فخورين إنه شخص مميز زي محمد وقوي بمناصرتك لذوي الإعاقة، للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وحقوقهم. بس كمان يعني أنت عايش الآن تحت الإبادة. احكي لنا شوي احكي لنا شوي شو التحديات، شو تجاربكم، كيف حياتكم واللي بتواجهوه الآن تحت الإعاقة، تحت الإبادة كأشخاص من ذوي الإعاقة. طبعا أنا حباك كمان تحكي لنا عن شغلك الحالي. محمد موجود معنا ضايل؟
كان معنا شكله we lost him. We'll wait for him for a minute too.
Okay.
And
Yasmin, can you translate what they've just said? Because I don't understand Arabic. Thank you.
Yes, what I said in English, I was asking Muhammad to tell us more about all these challenges and the lived experiences he goes through.
دكتورة سمعاني؟
Yep. هلا سامعينه. Yes. So doctor, we have him back. Okay, good. So what I'm
تمام. يسعد مساكم
gonna do
جميعا.
is I'm gonna do back and forth. Okay, I'm gonna ask him and then translate. تفضل محمد.
يسعد مساكم جميعا وشكرا جزيلا على هاي الفرصة. يعني رغم ظروف ساعة أنا وصديقه حسام وأكثر من ساعة بنحاول عشان نكون معكم وعشان نقدر نفوت ونوصل صوتنا ونوصل رسالتنا لكل مجتمعنا بغزة ولكل الناس اللي في العالم الخارجي تسمع صوت المجتمع والشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة، وتحديدا شريحة الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة اللي بتعاني أضعاف من الصعوبات ومن التحديات ومن الإبادة اللي بنمر فيها كأشخاص ذوي إعاقة.
So Muhammad is basically thanking thanking everyone for this opportunity to be here with us today. And he would wish that he would be with us in person. He would wish to meet with us face to face, so he could have dialogue with us directly. And it's important. He's asserting on the fact and the importance of having the voices coming directly from Palestine and Gaza, and specifically the voices of the people with disabilities there in Gaza and what they go through. Muhammad, go ahead. And he said something about how people with disabilities, the consequences of the genocidal war is actually double and even triple on the people with disabilities when it comes to suffering under the genocide. تفضل محمد. Did we lose him? ضايل معانا يا محمد؟ Now, one thing I need to draw your attention to is it is not easy for people in general in Gaza to be on the internet and to have even access to the internet. It took Muhammad a lot of time for him to be able to join us today. When I personally speak with him for our check-ins, he usually loses internet. محمد سمعني؟
ايوه هيك معك يا دكتوره،
تفضل
سامعك.
كمل.
انا تركت لك المجال الترجمي، تمام.
تفضل.
يعني احنا بنعاني الامرين زي ما حكيت. ابرزها طبعا النزوح المتكرر. يعني انا كم نزحت ما لا يقل عن 10 مرات من مكان لمكان لمكان لمكان. موضوع الادوات المساعده احنا بنشاهدها من اكثر من سنتين، احنا بنستخدم نفس الاداه، صار فيها تلف، صار فيها خلل، صار في فقدنا لادواتنا المساعده، صرنا بنتعرض لاخطار انه ما في اداه مساعده بالاساس انه نتحرك فيها. فهذا الاشي سبب الى استشهاد كثير من زملائنا من الاشخاص ذوي الاعاقه، وكثير من زملائنا من الاشخاص ذوي الاعاقه من الظروف الصحيه اللي بمروا فيها. كان اخرهم صديقنا محمد ابو عجوه اللي ما كان متوفر الحفاضات لكبار السن، فهذه اثرت عليه بشكل كثير كبير، ادت لوفاته لتفاقم وضعه الصحي. فاحنا بنمر في اسوأ مرحله، بنمر في معاناه لا يمكن وصفها.
Okay, Muhammad. So Muhammad is saying that we are, as a community with people with disabilities in Gaza, we are experiencing the worst of the worst. And simply because of many things. The first thing is the continuous displacement from one place to another, one place to a worse place. So he himself got displaced for more than 10 times. The second thing is the usage and the availability of the assistive devices. So Muhammad spoke about how many of the people with disabilities in Gaza, they rely on one, assistive device for so long, more than now, almost 2 years, and without any maintenance of these assistive devices, let alone that a lot of these assistive devices were lost by because of the genocide. Now, more people are getting killed. More people with disabilities are also getting killed. Why? Because of their loss of these assistive devices. So, for example, his colleague Muhammad Abu Ajwa, who was killed, actually he died because Muhammad relied on diapers, and with no diapers available, his health deteriorated really quickly and he died. تفضل يا محمد. سمعني؟ انت شكلك على الميوت. افتح الميكروفون عندك. I'm asking محمد to unmute. انت افتح الميكروفون. سمعني يا محمد؟
يا دكتورة سامعك معك.
تفضل. محمد، بتقدر تحكي لنا شوي على شغلك الآن، شغلك الحالي مع humanity and inclusion? Can you tell us a little bit about your work
تمام
as an explosive ordnance
تمام
education coordinator with humanity and inclusion?
صحيح. تمام صحيح. أنا الآن بشتغل مع الHI في موضوع التوعية كمختص توعية في الذخائر المتفجرة وكيفية الوقاية منها، وفي موضوع آليات الحماية والاستعداد للطوارئ. بنعمل سيشنات للناس في المخيمات وفي مراكز الإيواء بكيفية التعامل مع المخلفات الحربية، كيف لو أنا صادفت مخلف حربي، كيف لو حدا أصيب بمخلف حربي، كيف إذا بدي أتنقل من مكان لمكان، وكيف آليات الاستعداد للحماية والطوارئ أثناء الهجوم، وكيف لازم يكون في أهمية وجود شنطة طوارئ، كيف ضرورة هاي الخطة إنه لازم تتضمن وجود الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة من بطاقة التعريف، من الإعاقات السمعية، وإنه لازم يكون في خطة واضحة لكل الناس تعرف إنه مهم نكون عارفين بأنه الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة لازم كل الخطط إنه تتضمنهم، لأنه للأسف الشديد الأغلب بتم تهميش وإقصاء هاي الفئة وهاي الشريحة المهمة من مجتمعنا الفلسطيني. يعني للأسف الشديد يا دكتورة اليوم بنعرف بأنه أكثر من 30% من نسبة الإصابات اللي موجودة في قطاع غزة، طبعا هذه النسبة يعني هي تقريبية مش أكيدة، أصبحوا بإعاقات بما لا يزيد أو بما لا يقل عن 30,000 شخص ذوي إعاقة الآن أصبح موجود في قطاع غزة. فهذا الإشي بيتطلب بأنه إن نزود التدخلات للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، نزود الاهتمام بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، نضمن مشاركة الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في كل الخطط وفي كل البرامج وفي كل المشاريع اللي لازم تنفذ في ظل حالة الطوارئ اللي بنمر فيها وفي ظل حرب الإبادة هاي اللي بنمر فيها في قطاع غزة.
Thank you, Muhammad. Muhammad is saying that he works as EOR coordinator, explosive ordnance risk education coordinator with the humanity and inclusion. His work is focuses mainly on helping the team with coming up with manuals, preparation manuals, emergency manuals that would entail strategies to prepare in case of emergencies, and the importance of having a bag, an emergency bag with those people who go from one place to another, the protection strategies, and manuals also that he prepares include having an ID, especially with those people, always holding an ID that has the name of the person and details, as much details about the person, especially the people with disabilities, and a plan on what they're supposed to do for protection. Now, he also talked about the importance of including people with disabilities, people with hearing disabilities, people with visual disabilities and physical disabilities, in all these plans that are being done by international or Handicap International Humanity and Inclusion. He mentioned that he actually asserted on the fact that approximately the 30% of those Palestinians who were injured under the genocide by, you know, bombs or a direct shooting by snipers or quadcopters, 30% of those people acquired physical disabilities. And this is again an approximate number, but and that's why there is an urgent need to increase the intervention for those people who became disabled. Then we're talking about more than, Muhammad mentioned, more than 30,000 people who acquired disabilities. Okay, go ahead, Muhammad. Muhammad, I would like you to tell us a little bit about yourself as Muhammad. يعني I'm moving now a little bit to you, but I want people to know who محمد is. يعني حابة إنه أنت تحكي لنا شوي عن نفسك. مين أنت وكيف بتعرف نفسك؟ احكي لنا شوي عشان يعرفوا الناس يعني مين محمد كشخص من ذوي الإعاقة.
تمام يا دكتورة. طبعا أنا محمد أبو كميل، عمري 37 سنة. سبب الإعاقة هو نقص أكسجين أثناء الولادة. كانت تصنف زمان شلل دماغي سيريبرال بالسي. حصلت على شهادة البكالوريوس إدارة أعمال علوم مالية ومصرفية سنة 2011، وحصلت على هاي دبلومة بإدارة مؤسسات المجتمع المدني الأنجي أوز بال 2013. طبعا من موقف بسيط حصل معايا في المدرسة في الإعدادية لما المدير رفض إنه يستقبلني في المدرسة، فهذا الإشي ضل مأثر في هذا الموقف. فقررت إني لما خلصت الجامعة إني أدخل المدارس وأفوت المدارس وأعمل توعية للطلبة للجامعات وللطلاب في مفهوم الإعاقة، كيفية إشراك الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، توضيح المفاهيم للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وللطلاب، بكيف إنه حق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في التعليم زي كل الطلاب وزي كل الناس اللي موجودة في هذا المجتمع. فعشان هيك احنا طبعا انا بديت في هذا اللقاءات، وبديت في هذه من الموقف اللي صار معايا في المدرسة. بعد هيك طبعا انطلقت، صارت الناس تعرفني، صرت اروح على المؤسسات، اخذت تدريبات مع الاتش اي مع جمعية اطلال للصم في كيفية اشراك الاشخاص ذوي الاعاقة في سوق العمل، كيفية دمج الاشخاص ذوي الاعاقة في القطاع الخاص، وصرت اعمل تدريبات لكل شرائح المجتمع، للقطاع الخاص، للقطاع التعليمي، لقطاع الصحة، حتى لقطاع المواصلات كمان، كيفية ضرورة إشراك الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة ومواءمة وسائل النقل. فيعني الحمد لله بديت إنه أسير في المجتمع، إلا إنه أجت هاي الحرب وهاي الإبادة اللي بنعيشها، فأثرت علي بشكل كتير كبير في مسيرتي العملية والعلمية، وحدت من قدرتي على التواصل بشكل كتير كبير. هذا باختصار طبعا يا دكتورة.
انت كمان فقدت الكرسي المتحرك فقدته مظبوط لما بيتكم قصف.
نعم صحيح. بعد البيت ما انحرق طبعا فقدت كرسي الكهربائي، وانا الان بتحرك بكرسي بدون كهرباء، بحتاج لمساعد معايا، بحتاج لمرافق في كل خطوة انا بتحرك فيها، فهذا بشكل علي عبء كبير. كمان الكرسي اللي انا بستخدمه يا دكتورة هو كرسي للأسف مش ملائم لحالتي، فبأثر علي. يعني انا طول اليوم بعاني من ألم في الظهر وألم لأنه القعدة اللي أنا موجود فيها مش صحيحة، عشان الكرسي هذا مش ملائم.
Okay, so Muhammad, as you heard me, I asked Muhammad about who Muhammad is, and he already he's already telling me about some of the challenges that he has been having with him losing his electric chair in the genocide. His home was bombed, and his friends were rushing him. They put him on a manual chair, and they just rushed him out of the house. And he totally, when he went back to that to his bombed house, he found his wheelchair in pieces. So this is his biggest challenge now is not to have his electric chair where he was reliant on being independent using his electric chair. And the current manual chair that he's using right now is not even suitable for him. He said that the current chair he has, it causes him back pain, constant back pain. And then let me go back so you can have an idea of who Muhammad is. Muhammad, when he introduced himself, he said that he is 37 years old, a disability activist. He earned a couple of degrees. One of them is in banking and finances. The other one is in community engagement. And Muhammad started actually thinking about activism when he was young. He was in elementary school, and he had a situation that he was not the environment was not accommodating for him to go to school. And from that time, that gave him a motivation to advocate for people with disability rights. And he started, after college, he started volunteering and giving awareness and education sessions for schools, in the public schools, on disability, and how we are all the same, but we all have the same rights, but different accommodations. That we disabled people are like you, non-disabled. We just need some accommodations. We just need more accessibility. And so he started working more with the organizations like Atfalona, the Society for Deaf Children. And then his work even extended to the sector of transportation, assessing environments for inclusivity and accessibility. And he always asserted the importance of being included, being treated with equity, having accessible environment. I think I'm gonna stop here, and maybe Dr.
Thank you,
Nadar,
Yasmin.
maybe we can have some questions if there
Yes,
are
yes.
questions for
Thank you,
Muhammad.
Yasmin. Thank you, Yasmin. Thank you, Muhammad. We're gonna need to hear from you and from Muhammad almost every week. I cannot even come to imagine the hardship that the people of Gaza, especially the disabled people, are going through. Imagine that. Imagine that your civilization, your light that you're bringing to the world, is dependent on committing war crimes against disabled people. Imagine that a community of disabled people, the amputated, the deaf, the blind, all people of disability are a threat to your existence. Imagine if your self-defense as a country, as a nation, as a faith, or whatever it is, the West, the sophisticated people, the people of the light, their existence depends on committing war crimes on children, on women, and disabled community. Thank you, Muhammad, for your steadfastness, for your resilience, for your voice, for your bravery. And we are going to hear back from you. But for the sake of time, sorry, we have a lot of speakers, a lot of important topics to cover today. I want to acknowledge that despite all the bad things that are happening in Gaza and Palestine, the genocide that's been happening in front of the whole world, unfortunately, the international system is so broken that Palestine is not the only genocide that's going on. We have all been witnesses to the genocide that happened in Rwanda in the 1990s, and the genocide that's happening in Sudan now. And even worse, maybe than all of them, is the one that's happening in Congo and been happening for decades, where millions and millions of people have been sacrificed to exploit more money, more resources to the ruling class, to the wealthy, at the expense of us, the people, our brothers, sisters in humanity, the people of Congo. So we have great guests from Congo. We have Elvis, we have Hadija, we have Claude. They're going to talk about what's happening, cover the situation, the genocide in Congo. We're honored to have them. And sorry for the wait, my friends, but we want to hear from as many people as possible. Before we go to the Congo, I want to hear from Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. And he's an American hero, and he's here as an American. I'm an American too. As a Palestinian, of course, I have a lot of stake about what's happening in Palestine and anywhere else in the world. As a human being, I have a stake of what's happening in the world. Everything, every child that dies anywhere in the world, whether in Congo or in Sudan, in Gaza, in China, is a part of me. We are humans. We feel for each other. If I don't have respect for the human life of a child anywhere else in the world, I'm losing my respect for myself. I'm giving up on my humanity. Because if any life is allowed to be treated in a disposable way, this means that's part of my life. This means I'm, as a human, going to be the next target. I don't know how to say it. I mean, of course, I hate English. I wish I can speak in Arabic because English is the language of genocide. But I want Anthony to speak as an American because me too, as an American, I refuse for my country that I chose, that I worked 10 years to get its citizenship, to be complicit in this. I know the American people. They are my friends. They are my colleagues. They are my patients. They are my neighbors. I know they are good people. If they know the real truth, they don't want to be part of this. We refuse to be part of this. We don't want children to be mass slaughtered in our name. We don't want mothers to be massacred with our money, with our hard-earned money that we work days and nights, and especially with this economic situation, having a hard time to make ends meet, only to take this money and buy bombs and give bombs for free to Israel or anywhere else in the world to mass slaughter children. We have better use for the money here. I'm doing this as my civil duty to America. I refuse for my country to be led by this administration or any political system that is putting my country and tarnishing the reputation of my country and making all of us committing genocide. We, the American people, deserve better. We can do better. We are a huge nation. We are a huge country. We have a lot of potential to do good in the world. We don't need to do evil. We don't need to be enemies to the whole world. We can be friends. We can be friends with China. We can be friends with Russia. We can be friends with the Muslims, with the Christians, with the Jews, with everyone. The only reason this is happening because the war profiteers, the mega millionaires, they are benefiting from this. Peace and love and humanity does not make them enough money. They make more money doing this. And the best witness to testify to this is Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. We are honored to have you. You have been an eyewitness to Gaza, and I think you will be the best to speak on what you saw there as an American. I'm not going to ask you any questions. Just tell it all, Anthony. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so I did experience firsthand and witness firsthand the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and there are no other words to describe it. The definition of genocide is very clear, and everything that is happening, from starvation to refusing water to displacement to bombardment to the targeting of civilians to the dehumanization of the population. It is a genocide. There are no other words to describe it. It is a genocide, and the world needs to acknowledge it, not turn their head and find other words or or find other ways to describe it, it is a genocide. And it is not on accident. It is not the course of war that just brings this about. It is deliberate and it is designed. To the guest speakers so far today that have talked about the displacement from Gaza City to the south, the displacement of all of the areas of central Gaza from Khan Yunis to Mawasi to Rafah to Nasser to the south, from eastern Gaza to the south, the lack of food going in terms of just a lack of food in and of itself, but then a lack of nourishing food, nutrition, all the other things that you need besides just food to actually survive in society. The municipalities, sewage, electricity, running water, schools, places for work, places to go, places, where do you do your banking? How do you get money? How do you make transactions? How do you get from one point to another? All of these things that exist in civil society that no longer exists in Gaza. And what everyone needs to know is that this is not happening simply because of the war. Everything that is happening, the starvation, the displacement, the dehumanization, is by design. Everything that everyone has talked about so far today, with how the handicapped and the disabled are suffering even greater. I've witnessed that. I have seen that at the distribution sites. The displacement of the entire population from their homes, where, to the gentleman that spoke first, that they're displacing them from the north, there's nowhere to go. There isn't enough places left to actually physically live in Gaza because of how everything has been destroyed or turned to rubble, or is completely off limits to a Palestinian. So if you look at around the entire perimeter of Gaza, within the perimeter of Gaza, there is a 1 to 1.5 kilometer militarized zone, depending on which part of Gaza you're in. There's the Marag corridor that cuts the entire south off. There's the Netzarim corridor that cuts Gaza City and Jabalia from central. And that Netzarim corridor has been expanded to 7 kilometers wide. 7 kilometers wide. Completely destroyed. No Palestinian can go in there. And then you have the Nagal Oz corridor that now connects from the Marag corridor in the south, going on the eastern portion, bisecting what was once Khan Yunis, and connects to the net, or just short of the Netzarim corridor on the border. So out of all these areas of what's been bombed, what's destroyed, where the war's being fought in the north, everybody moving to the south, there's nowhere to go. So as thousands and thousands of people are being displaced from the north to the south, there's nowhere to go. The design from this conflict, from Operation Gideon's Chariots to now Operation Gideon's Chariots Part 2, that is taking place in the north in Gaza City, which we see every day, the leveling of apartment complexes, the destroying of buildings, the intentional targeting of a place where people live, with flyers sent out to them hours before it's going to be bombed. And they have nowhere to go. Everything is being destroyed, and it is not an accident. It is deliberate. It is a plan. The plan to displace the entire population from the north, the central, the east, and the west, and displace everybody to the south, to the far, far, far part of the south, where the Rafah camp used to be, the UN Rafah camp in the south along the Egyptian border. That doesn't exist anymore. That camp is gone. Where that camp once was, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, an American organization being supported with American tax dollars, has created and expanding a 2.7 kilometer area concentration camp for all of the displaced personnel to come to the south. That concentration camp can only take so many people, and there's no running water, there's no electricity, there's no sewage plan. You're going to have sickness and disease set in at a rate that we haven't seen since the Spanish flu. You're going to have dysentery, polio, sickness setting in that's going to kill thousands. The continued starvation, the forced starvation, not providing water, that's going to kill thousands. The ongoing war in and of itself, when you see an entire 10-story apartment complex on the world can see it, leveled to the ground. There's people still in there. There are people that are still living there that haven't had the chance to get out. Thousands are dying. Thousands every day. The death count in Gaza, in all of Gaza, which I believe is far greater than what the advertised number is. I firmly believe, having been to war and seeing the casualties of war and what happens in war when civilians die at scale, the death toll right now is much closer to 3 to 400,000, and in the coming weeks will probably become near to 500,000, 500,000, because the entire population of Gaza, 2.18 million back when the last consensus was taken in 2017, that number has probably been greatly reduced based on this war and the starvation and the displacement and the forced displacement, where people die when they're being forced to walk 20 kilometers to an area that they don't live, and you have the disabled and you have children and you're not giving them water and you're not giving them food. People die just on the journey. It's like the death march that the U.S. soldiers experienced in Bataan in the Korean War. It's evil, and it's not an accident. It is by design. This was designed and planned from the very beginning to go in and to do this: destroy everything, displace the population, dehumanize the population. The dehumanization of the population, where disabled have to crawl because they don't have a wheelchair, or the disabled have to be dragged on a cart because they don't have crutches, or they don't have a wheelchair, or they don't have their aid devices. That's by design. That is designed for that, to continue to displace or to dehumanize Palestinians, where they have to beg for water, beg for food. Palestinians holding up pots behind barbed wire, begging for food and begging for water. That's by design. That is designed that way, for the Israeli government to continue to dehumanize the population. So once displacement and starvation have set in, and there's only a few thousand Palestinians that remain alive, that the world will look away when we say, oh, well, we might as well just move them somewhere else since there's so few left and there's nowhere to live. And because they've been dehumanized to a point to where most of the world doesn't see the real people, the people that I've seen, the people that I have looked at, that I have touched, that I have hugged, that have kissed my cheeks, that I have talked to, the Palestinians that I know that are human beings and deserve the right to live, and deserve a right to live a life like all of us do, to raise their children, to grow in a community, to all of these things that we value in the world, and especially in America, especially in the United States, the values that we espouse, the rights we espouse to, to pursue happiness, and for all are created equal. Well, that is not what is happening in Gaza at the hands of not only Israel, but at the hands of the United States. We are funding it. The United States is funding it, and not by this, like, oh well, because you're buying this and that goes to this and that goes to this theoretical displaced supporting it. The United States government is paying taxes directly, U.S. taxes directly, to fund the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is not a part. It is the tool of the displacement, utilizing food as a weapon, food as bait, food as manipulation, the promise of food and then giving them nothing, no water, all the things that were talked about from before. Why the United Nations is equipped to deal with this is because the United Nations brings aid to the community in the places that it's needed, and not just food, but medical assessments, water, electricity, food for the animals, food for the livestock. All the crops and all the livestock have been decimated in Gaza. They have nothing, and it's by design. And why everyone in America needs to wake up, and why everybody in the world needs to wake up, and why I decided to make the deliberate decision to protest in my capital, to go to my capital, to go to Congress, and to petition my government. People would say, oh, I protested. I did not protest. I followed the constitutional rights that I have as an American citizen that in my form of protest, if you will, which is guaranteed by the Constitution, to directly bring this to my Congress in the session, in the congressional session the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, to petition the Foreign Affairs Committee that directly goes to the contribution to the decisions that are made to fund the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, to continue to fund the Israeli war plans, to continue to make deals and treaties or not even treaties, because Israel is not even an ally, but to continue to fund this ongoing genocide. So going to my Congress, and what I want every American to remember that's listening, the United States Capitol doesn't belong to politicians. It doesn't belong to the president. The United States Capitol belongs to the people. That is the people's house. We the people, written on our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. We the people, that's written on all of our money. Well, we the people, that Capitol belongs to the people. So when I went to the Capitol, I walked right into the Capitol building because I am legally allowed to. I walked to the 4th floor because I'm allowed to by law. I walked to room 419 of the Senate, the Dirksen Senate building, where the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee meets. And I was allowed to go in there because I'm an American citizen. And I sat and I listened as an American citizen. And I have petitioned my government through writing to my congressmen, writing to my senators, writing to Congress, going to talk to other congressmen about what's going on, and it has been ignored. So, do I have the right to bring that to my Congress through official channels? Yes. I didn't go to their house. I didn't go to meet them in the parking lot or harass them. I went to their committee in the Capitol, in the people's house, and I petitioned my government. 1, stop supporting a genocide. The United States is absolutely complicit, 100%, without a doubt, complicit. In the books, history will show that the United States is complicit. If you imagine, if you will, I even thought about this, like that would be an interesting political cartoon, would be, if imagine, if you will, in World War II, when Jews from around Europe, notably in Warsaw, Poland, the Warsaw ghettos. Well, how did those start? Well, the German Nazi Party, on saying that, oh well, we have more of a right to live than they have a right to live, and all of that is the Lebensraum, the living room of where Germany should live, not these people. And you took Polish citizens and took them from their homes and put them into these ghettos, and then once that was done, we transported them to central Germany to begin the extermination, the killing, the final solution. And when I look at that right now, in that same anecdote, the United States is the ones turning the gas chamber, turning the gas on in the gas chamber to kill thousands. We're a part of it. So right now, what's happening in Gaza? You have the displacement of the population. All Palestinians have been removed from where they live and sent to these UN encampments. The UN encampments are no longer being run or maintained by the United Nations because they're not allowed to go in there. So now you have all of these Palestinians that have been displaced, moved from their homes to these UN camps that no longer run efficiently, where people are dying, and they're being bombed, by the way. We've seen it. We've seen it on the news. They're being bombed in their camps. Then, now that it's too inconvenient to keep them at these camps, this is the blueprint of the Holocaust. Ghettos, those are the UN encampments. Bring them into these ghettos. Now it's too inconvenient to keep them there. We can't continue our war if people are in the way. So now we're concentrating them to the south. That when you bring everybody from an area into a place that they do not live and put them all together into one place, that is a concentration. That's the definition of it. And you're putting them in a camp. It is a concentration camp. People need to use the words to what these things are. They're not humanitarian camps. That's not even a thing. They're not UN camps because the UN's not in there. They're not providing humanitarian assistance because they're not providing them anything. These are concentration camps, period. Call them what they are. Concentration camps that are being built, funded, and guarded by the United States with our tax dollars. That is happening. In the coming weeks, in the weeks to come, we have seen this already on the news. We have already seen this on the news. We see it every day. Operation Gideon's Chariots 2, the clearance of the north, has been accelerated. The plan has been accelerated. The Israeli government knows they are running out of time, that the world will not tolerate it. So rather than try to continue to convince the world, they've thrown that to the side. The Israeli government no longer cares about what the world community thinks. They're going to step it up and get it done. So by the time it's done and the world condemns it, it's already been done. There's no going back after you've already committed the genocide. There's no bringing the people of Palestine back after you killed them all and have transported them out of Gaza. There's no going back. They're banking on that. Operation Gideon's Chariots 2 in the north was not supposed to start until the end of September. It started at the end of August. They brought up 60,000. When you saw all the news about the 60,000 additional recruits being brought in, it was for Operation Gideon's Chariots 2. That was the purpose. Bring in 60,000, reinforce the south, offense into the north, clear Gaza. But because they want to get it done faster, they not only started it a month earlier, they also started from the north, from Erez. So you have forces coming from the north and the south, pushing from the east to the west to push everybody out, either kill them or get them out. And that's happening at twice the pace that it was originally planned to happen. It will be done. The entirety of Jabalia and Gaza City. Remember, the Netzarim corridor that bisected the south was expanded before they even started the offensive. They already took a good 3 to 4 kilometers out of Gaza City. So as this offensive continues, watch it every day. Watch it every day as the buildings are destroyed and the people are displaced and killed. That is what's happening. That is what that is. And while that's happening in the north, everybody's being displaced to the south. And while the world is looking at the north, down in the south, where thousands of people are being concentrated into this U.S. camp, they're dying. And by the time the operation in the north is done, and everybody thinks that was the worst part, we are just getting started. By mid-September, by the end of September, before we go into October, before the world flips the calendar from September to October, the entirety of Gaza will be gone, except for one small pocket at a concentration camp in the south where people are only surviving on hope and hope alone, because they will be dying by the day of every imaginable form of death, disease, famine, further dehumanization, and the world will see it, and the world will stand witness to it. And this is not something that's going to happen years from now. This is not something that's happening months from now. This will happen before we turn the page into the next month. And the world is witnessing a genocide. The world is witnessing death. The world is witnessing all the things that we said one generation ago. My grandparents, one generation ago, my grandparents lived through World War II when the Holocaust happened, and we said, never again, never again. And this isn't thousands of years later. This is one generation. One generation, we are witnessing it again. The never again is happening again, and we are watching it on live television, and we are doing nothing about it. And if the world stand by and does nothing for much longer, then it'll be too late. I cannot emphasize enough to people to take action that if we do not stop this offensive and we do not stop the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to allow the United Nations to start bringing food and medical support and water and electricity so people can actually just basically live, just survive. They can't even survive. If we continue day by day and doing nothing, before the end of September, the world will look in shame at what we have done, and there's nothing we can do about it. There will be nothing we can do about it except write poems of memories, write memoriams on stones, make statues in cities about the genocide that occurred, and we'll all be sorry it happened. But to say that we didn't know and to say that we couldn't do anything about it, oh no. The history books will not be allowed to say that, because I will not be quiet, because we can prevent this. We can stop this. The United States, Western allies, Western nations, the world. I'm not asking for this in terms of like politics or religion. I'm asking in basic humanity. Humanity. I don't care what your ethnicity is, what your religion is, what your background is, what your nationality is, what color you are, what creed you are. This is humanity. Humanity at a baseline, just as a basic premise. Can we as a world agree that it's wrong to starve and murder children? Can we just start there? Can we just start there? And if we can start there, then we can start talking about all the other things. But if we as a human race can just say, we do not stand for the starvation and the murder and the displacement of children, let's just start there. That will put an end to what's going on, to where we can then focus on the rest of the problems that are many. Believe me, I'm not minimizing it to one thing. I'm not. I'm minimizing it to the focus on the one thing that nothing else matters in this than humanity. What is happening in Gaza, what is happening to the Palestinians, is a reflection of us, of us. Israel may be the perpetrator, but what we are not doing is a reflection on us, on all of us, and we're doing nothing. And if we continue to do nothing, there will be nothing left to save. And I say this emphatically, and I say it in full belief. That's why I went to Congress and petitioned my government in the halls of Congress, knowing I was going to get arrested, knowing what the consequences were. Because if the world doesn't wake up to this and stop hitting the snooze button on the alarm of genocide, it'll be too late. And once it's too late, the world will be in shame, because we can prevent this. And all the things that I'm talking about that have been brought up by other participants today, it is true. The starvation, the displacement, the dehumanization. I have witnessed with my own eyes disabled Palestinians carried to a site because they can't walk and their loved one has nothing left for them, because wheelchairs and crutches are targeted and destroyed intentionally or taken. The Israeli government has now even convinced the world that wheelchairs are a tool of Hamas. What is wrong with us? I mean,
Yes.
it has to stop.
Yep. Anthony, thank you. Yes, as you said, out of basic humanity, we all need to do more to stop this in Gaza and Palestine, in Congo and everywhere. And you mentioned Holocaust and concentration camps that the Nazis committed. And this is what's happening now, but this time it's us who are committing it. It's America. America is a full perpetrator here. They're not just complicit, they're not just supporting, they're a full partner in this crime. So the Holocaust that we are committing, and you mentioned the Constitution, you mentioned the rights and the duties of Americans. It is not just our right to protest, it is our moral and patriotic and national obligation as Americans to refuse that our country commits genocide in our name. I think every American who cares about America, who cares about his country, his people, and its future and strategic looking ahead, should not just the right to, it is an obligation on us as Americans to stop this, not in our name. And every American who is a party of this and encouraging this and sending the bombs is committing a treason against America. They are committing a treason, and they should be charged and held accountable with the crime of treason to America, because they are committing a genocide in the name of America that America has no gain from it. And no one should have a gain from genocide. But do you think, Anthony, it is our American obligation, not just our right, to make sure that this country stop this? And anyone who continues to evade this, anyone who continues to aid, abet, and support this genocide is committing a treason against us, we the people. You are muted, Anthony.
I got it. Yep. How about now? Yes, it is an absolute act of treason for those in Congress that continue to allow this funding in that it's in violation of our Constitution. And I look at it through three different lenses. There's just the lens of basic humanity. Laws, constitutions, regulations aside, just humanity. Just humanity. Then when you add to the fact that there are clear violations of the Geneva Convention and international humanitarian law, clear violations, then now you have the aspect of us being involved in something that is clearly a violation of international humanitarian law, which is illegal. But then you have the aspect that it's being done in a way that violates our Constitution. It violates our Constitution. We are funding the genocide being conducted by a foreign government, and we're doing it without the consent of the people. The United States was founded on the premise of no taxation without representation. Well, they sure are taxing us, and they're giving all that money to the ongoing genocide to the tune of billions. So to every American out there that thinks that whether you're sitting at home in California or sitting in your cabin somewhere in the woods, that this isn't your problem, you're not doing it, you're not involved. Oh, you are involved. Every time you go to a grocery store and you pay a tax, every time you pay taxes on your income, at the end of every year when you have to do your taxes, you are a part of it and you are paying for it. And every bomb that is dropped and every meal that is denied and every child that is dead, we have a part in it. And to think that you don't, I'm sorry. You have to be honest with yourself. So I ask the question, are you going to live with it and know that what we've done and what we're a part of and accept it, accept the truth? Or are we going to do something about it? For me, I don't want to be a part in treason. I don't want to be a part in the ongoing violations of our Constitution. And again, it's laughable to me. Not laughable, it's concerning to me that there are some in America that think that speaking out in protest or in petition to petition your government as a citizen, that is treason. But for the Congress to continue to pay billions of dollars in taxes for the ongoing genocide of what's taking place in Palestine, that's okay. That tells me that people need to take pause and take a serious look at one, what we're doing and be honest, but then also consider the greater aspect of our complicity in it, of our complicity in it. There was a time that I think many Americans could say that it's naivety or ignorance. I didn't know. Well, you know now. Everything you see on the news every day when an entire apartment complex gets bombed and hundreds die, that had an American stamp on it. Whether it's, oh, well, we just sold it to them, how they use it is up to them. Oh no, we're helping them do it. Set that aside. Just the fact that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is the ones that are the entity that is doing the displacement and not feeding the population. That's not just standing by and watching, that's being a part of it. We're a part of it. So, when in Gaza right now, in Gaza, there are American citizens in Gaza with the covers and protections of the United States as citizens of the United States are in Gaza, armed with weapons, bringing violence against people under the auspice of we're feeding them, and they're not feeding them. They're actually starving them. So the United States, we're not just a bystander. We are an agent in this, and it must stop. To be an agent in this is treason. To be an agent in this as a foreign government does what they're doing is treason.
So we are charging this American administration as well as the previous administration with all the politicians and both presidents with a treason against the United States of America Constitution and a treason to the American people. That includes every American institution, every university, every corporation, every weapon manufacturer that is participating in this. We are charging them with a treason. for the American people and for the American Constitution. And it is not just our right to protest this, it is our duty. We are serving this country by stopping it from committing and being part of a genocide. This is our duty toward humanity, but also toward our country and our people, because we know the people, our people, the majority of them, more than 80%, have always been against this. Our politicians and the profiteers from these crimes are committing a treason against our country and against our constitution. Thank you, Anthony. I wish I want to hear back from you every week. Inshallah, we'll have you again. I mean, we're living in dark times, but every now and then you see something make you smile. And the thing that I just saw that made me smile is something called
نضال
DAG, DAG Ramallah.
دكتور نضال
Yeah, تفضل.
دكتور
Can I
نضال
have you there?
بدنا thank Anthony for your efforts in the media and increasing the awareness for all the world about the GHF and about the committing over the ground. So really, here as a Gazan, we appreciated your speech to all the international media. Really, we interest. It's very helpful. I mean, go ahead. I know we all of us can do more and more and increase the awareness and the pressure over the Israeli occupation and also the Americans politicians to stop this genocide. By your efforts and ours, we can change the circumstances here rapidly. We must increase. Thank you so much from Gaza. Really, we witnessed you a lot of time for your courageous and bravery. Go ahead, and thank you again.
I want to double down on what Iyad said. Thank you, Iyad. And again, Anthony, as a human being, I salute you. I salute your integrity and your moral courage. As an American, I admire and respect and salute your service to America and you fulfilling your obligation as an American to be on the right side of history and insisting that your country stay out of genocides. And as a Palestinian, as Iyad said, we, the Palestinian people, appreciate your voice, your integrity. The Palestinian people do not hate the American people. The Muslims people do not hate the American people. The Congolese people do not hate the American people. We hate the American administration, the American policies, the exploitation. We hate your weapons. We hate your bombs. We hate your F-35s, your jets that killing our children. But we don't have a problem with the people because we know the people, we the people all over the world, whether we are in Africa, whether we are in Palestine, whether we are in America, whether we are Muslims, whether we are Jews, whether we are Christians, whether we are secular, atheists, nobody. We all know that we, the people, care only about one thing. We just want to live. We want to live in peace, provide for our kids, for our families. None of us goes to sleep and wakes up, oh, I want to go hate America. None of us goes to bed and wakes up, oh, I want to go hate on the Jews or hate on the Christians or hate on this. People go to sleep and wake up to have a good day, to live in peace, to have a life, to have children, to have grandchildren, to have fathers, mothers, schools, jobs. We all deserve this. And there is enough in the world for all of us to live like this. The only ones who will not benefit from this kind of vision are the ruling class who profit from exploiting all of us and who profit from making us hate each other because this is the only way they make money. Otherwise, their weapon manufacturers and weapon factories and exploitation systems will not make billions of dollars, while the children's millions and billions of children in Palestine, in Africa, all over the world go hungry and go without. So today we are also honored to hear from our colleagues in Congo. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry we have a long program, but we are happy to hear from you. Thank you for your patience again. We have Elvis and we have Claude, and I think Khadija was here earlier. I want you to introduce yourselves and tell us about what's happening there. We are all listening. Please tell us how we can help. Tell us any updates on the situation in Congo. That is the other genocide that is going on at the same time. I'm really happy to say Dr. Karama Komarli Hawash saying Dag Ramallah. Alhamdulillah Salami Karama. She just made it to Karama. It was an emergency trip, unfortunately, because her father's sick. But what a beautiful title, Karama Hawash Dag.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look
Karama,
forward to hear from Congo, our
yes.
colleagues.
Thank you. Elvis or Claude, whoever wants to go first.
Great.
Elvis.
All right, thank you very, very much. I will start first by saying salam to everyone on this webinar.
Salam,
On
salam
behalf,
means peace.
yes, on behalf of all the Congolese, we are grateful to be here. We are grateful to be with you right now to share the light on some of the reality that probably most of the people don't know about. The last time our sister friend Adija was here, she gave you a bit of the history of the war. But before I go into the humanitarian aspect of it, I will introduce myself. I'm Elvis Katoto. I was born in this region, and I grew up in this region until the war started in 1996. And then I had to flee and go and seek asylum, seek protection in the UK. I didn't choose to leave my country because this is my country. I love my country, and I'm sure I can only fight for this country. So what happened is today we are seeing the genocide going on for the last 30 years. If there are few of you right now who knows about the history of the war in Congo after the genocide in Rwanda, and then in 1996, the war started in Congo, we have lost more than 9 million people. I don't really talk too much about numbers, but always focus on the humanitarian aspect of the war, the humanitarian cost, the loss of the Congolese people. I work as a documentary filmmaker. I'm a British Congolese documentary filmmaker. I work as a journalist, and also I spend most of the time in conflict zone doing journalism as a reporter. Last year, I decided to come back to my own town, to my own region, where I was born. And the only reason I decided to come back is because the mainstream media never ever pay attention to people. The few times I came back for a cable network or for the BBC or ITV or any other channel in Europe, it was more about the mineral. But we never ever talk about those women who get raped every single day. We don't talk about those young boys who are working in the mining so that we can have our mobile phone. We're not talking about the men who are going through a lot. So I decided I came back last year, April, and the aim for me was to spend time in displacement camp. When I arrived, there was about 54 displacement camps. The biggest, that was in Ngunga, Lushagala, had 85,000 Congolese people. And the smallest was around 9,000 people. And I can tell you with sadness, yesterday was a year to the day we were burying 200 Congolese people who were killed, who died in the camps in Goma. There was a mass burial, and I did some work over there. And it's sad to see that we can be going through genocide and the world still quiet. No one talks about what happened to us. No one talks about the situation in Congo. That is just one example. As a journalist, we start facing, as a team of filmmakers, we start facing a lot of challenges. We didn't want to be Western journalists who come record the story and go. We turn to respond to the need of our brothers and sisters. I spent 9 days in displacement camp. I can tell you, I lived hell, where I had an option to go and stay in town, but there were people who could not get out of the camps. I'll give you a few examples. I spoke to a mother with a daughter. I slept in their tent for 2 days. One day, we started hearing gunshot, and I asked, what is happening? She said to me, every time we hear gunshot in the displacement camp, that means there is either a woman, a mother, or a young lady who is resisting rape, or a man who is trying to protect the family and they get killed. There is a silent genocide going on in Congo for so many years. I was young, the same reason that made me flee my country, I see them every single day. After the experience of the camps, I visited about 30 camps. We've got recordings of our brothers and sisters who were living in camps. We just realized there was no support from the international organization, and I have to be honest with you, we can name all of them. We can name Médecins Sans Frontières, we can name UNICEF, we can name anyone who works. Every single international organization that is based in Congo didn't do enough. They always take a sample and then they share with the world and they ask the world to support them, but they don't do much. Last year, May, we were working with a nurse. She was from America, a volunteer, and we went camps by camps. She would see at least 100 people wounded with a disease, anything, compared to the Doctor Without Border. They will see 10 people a day and they go home. If on the day they are treating malaria, that's all. That is what they do. So that was the experience in the camp. And facing all those challenges, when the rebels, the M23 came, that was in the event of January, they had to destroy all the 54 camps. They gave people 72 hours to leave displacement camps. Can you imagine 54 with more than 9 million people displaced internally in the camp, in the country, to go back to their villages? Villages that we all know were battlefield. Villages where everything was destroyed. Villages where there is no food, there is no hospital, there is nothing. And they ask people to go back with no support, no transportation, no security on their way back. And those were the reality they were facing. Because we were just a small group of Congolese, we decided to turn our attention to hospitals because we knew there are a lot of Congolese who didn't make the journey back. Since that day to now, to this minute, we live nightmares every single day. I can share the numbers with you. If you can go and research, UNICEF did a report out. Every 30 minutes, there is a young girl raped in Congo. That is true. We visit hospital every single day. We even focus on supporting young girls who were raped and become, as a result, they fall pregnant and then they give birth. We have started supporting them, and we can tell you, we have surpassed 200 young girls aged between 13 and 18 who were raped by several men. They are in hospital, no support, nowhere to go, no one to help them. The youngest that we have at the moment who is living with us in a share accommodation that we rented for them, she's 13 years old with a 2-month baby. Those are the situations that we are facing every single day. The media, coming from the media background, are always focused on the media and the humanitarian side of the experience here. As I said, there is a genocide going on in Congo, but no one talks about it. When we go to hospitals, even though they are willing to help, they are lacking of medication. They are lacking of support. They are lacking of staff. They even cut doctors because they can't afford to pay them. They will ask them to go home. Most of the doctors that are helping us are volunteers. That is the level of suffering that we are going through. But when you look around, you will see the UN entering cars, lorries, military equipment, but they never ever bring medical supply that the hospital needs. There are about 50 hospitals in this town. The town is about 65,000 kilometers square. There are 50 hospitals. And if right now you go on 40, you will find people sleeping on the floor. You will find people who have been in hospital for months because they don't have the fees to pay either to go out. Our group that we call Ubuntu, that we created, the result of the challenges that we are facing every single day, decided to focus on pregnant, displaced women, young girls who were raped. And what we do, we go to hospitals around Goma. Every single woman who was giving birth and she is not from the town, she doesn't have where to go, we pay for the hospital bills, and then we look for a place. We are not just paying for them, we make sure we know where they go. If it could be a transitional home, it could be a friend's house, or we make sure we put them in a truck or in a bus going back to their village if they are comfortable. Because I know we don't have too much time, I will bring the attention to all of you on what has happened. I was called 3 days ago to a situation, and this is not the first time. We received the call early morning. They called me as a reporter. There were more than 50 women, including 3 to 6 years old girls who were raped by men in uniforms. I arrived there. I was among the very first one, spoke to the victim, saw where things happened. And I can tell you that was the worst situation I found myself for the last 2 years I've been in. Some of them, when we talk about some, less than 20 were taken by Doctor Without Border. Another local organization took 6. And here we are talking about more than 50 women and young girls. Some of them, 2 days after, they were still bleeding. They don't have money, they don't have support, they don't have any hospital where they can go, where they can get treated. This is not the first incident. 2 months ago, I was called to another hospital that received in the last 72 hours, it was the Monday, 70 women who were raped in those 72 hours. What happened is the Congolese story is not trending. No one talks about what is happening in Congo. But atrocities, genocide, it is happening every single day. I'm in a town right now. I've been receiving messages because I have to go to a place where I can get electricity and light. Everyone is looking for me. They are asking me to go back home now because young men disappear. We are in a red zone to the point where you have to be careful when it's after 6. So we are going through a lot and we need your help. The young girls that we have, if I can talk a little bit about the support that we're doing. This scheme started when we met a young girl. She was 16, she was raped and she fell pregnant. She was at the hospital under an international organization. After 2 days, she lost the baby. And by losing the baby, she was not qualified anymore for any support. But when she came, she needed surgery because she was her genital part were destroyed with the act. But they left her with no test, with no examination, nothing. And we arrived 6 months after she was still in the same hospital with no attention from the medical staff, from the authorities, from the community. We came there, it was very, very late. We did what we could, but we lost her at the last minute. We said to ourselves, the only thing that we can do, we cannot stop those men doing what they are doing. But if we come across any other young girls between 18 and 13, we haven't seen less younger than that, we're going to support them. So we, at the moment, we've got 8 young girls in the house. As I said, age between 13 and 18, 9 babies. We've got 21 on the list who are waiting, and we already supported about 200. And those are the activities that we are doing. I don't talk anymore about my filmmaking career because I think that is not really important. Our people need our support. Our people need our love, our protection, and also they need a voice. Once again, thank you very, very much for giving me the time to be here and tell you a little bit about what we do. I would love to go in details about other aspects of the humanitarian or assistance that we do to our own people. As I said, we are no medical staff, but we are journalists, but we work most of the time with doctors. And maybe next time we will bring 1 or 2 that will be sharing with you the medical aspect of the challenges that we are facing. Thank you very much. And if there is any question, I'll be happy to take it.
Thank you, Elvis. Go ahead, Karam.
Yeah. Elvis, thank you so much. We have been really looking forward to having you, and I know we have been trying. It has not been the easiest thing to connect with people from Congo, which is unfortunate, and it's great that we have this connection with you. Just to emphasize what you have said, a lot of the medical organizations that go to aid focus on the details of the aid delivery or what is needed and never address the root cause. And that is how we at Doctors Against Genocide, we really want to be different. We see genocide as a political crisis that is causing a public health catastrophe. And this happens in Congo, it happens in Sudan, it happens in Palestine, it happens everywhere. And it is ultimately a very medical issue above anything else. We are very touched by your words. Similarities amongst these genocides are mind-blowing. The concentration of people, putting them in places where there are no resources. The intent is to just get rid of as many people as possible by every means possible. So it is on us to shine light and make sure that the story of the Congolese girls and women are known, make sure that they are seen, and make sure that their stories are honored and they are protected. So we want to help you, Elvis, with this. We want to meet these people. We want to make sure that these girls have a future, their babies have a future, they get education, they get health, and above everything, be seen. Because being seen is is the cornerstone of survival for humans. We know in Gaza, people want their stories to be told, and we honor this. We honor this everywhere. So please stay in touch with us. We are putting a link to donate to Congo because we want to help Elvis support his project. Elvis center in Congo, close to where these young women who are, and we want to be able to support this project as much as possible. So if you need anything, let us know. Us who are more by
Karama, you're breaking up.
will donate, and we're waiting for the link to be put in the chart.
So, Karama, you're breaking up for a minute, but yeah, thank you,
Oh,
Karama.
I was saying that,
Yeah.
yeah, the link is coming.
Yeah, so thank you, Karama. Thank you, Elvis. On behalf of you, of Doctors Against Genocide, and our supporters, we talked to Elvis and Hadija, and Doctors Against Genocide is going to be taking full responsibility of this project. We're going to fund any needs they need. Those girls, those infants cannot wait. We do need to stop the genocide in Congo. We need to stop the genocide in Palestine. But until then, Doctors Against Genocide is going to take care of all the needs of this project, of these young ladies who have been victims of genocide, them and their infants. And we are doing this because of all your support here, our colleagues and those outside. We appreciate that. Thank you, Elvis. Again, I mean, stories of genocide, it's heartbreaking. Thank you for being their voice. Thank you for shining a light on all this evil that's happening in the world. And to make it even worse, it doesn't need to be. None of the evils that are happening in the world now are a must or a natural disaster. These are all man-made, designed evils and catastrophes and suffering. And always the weak people, the vulnerable people, the children, the women who get it worse. So thank you, Elvis. I know we have Khadija and we have Claude. We want to hear from them. Claude, go ahead, please. It's your turn.
Thank you guys for making the time to speak about this genocide in the Congo. I Elvis, I thank you so much for everything that you just shared. I actually follow your work, but I had never met you. And so I'm glad to meet you here and really impressed with the work that you're doing. Um, and after listening to Elvis, I have to change a little bit of what I had planned to share because he just gave a really good update. Although I would add that in recent times, um, it the atrocities continue in the Congo in spite of talk of peace accords and peace agreements, which are basically happening among the elites. The people are still suffering greatly, and this is the longest, most underreported genocide of modern times that has been ongoing for the last 30 years. And a lot of what is discussed and a lot of what is talked about when it comes to the Congo is um, the traditional Western reporting, where they speak to one government member and the opposing government member, and it stops there. So you asked for us to introduce ourselves. My name is Claude Gatebuke. I'm originally from Rwanda, one of the two main countries that have invaded Congo and are actually uh, committing, their troops and their proxy rebel group, the M23, are committing this ongoing genocide. They have, because it's the same players, Rwanda and Uganda, all they do is basically change names. Today we're talking about M23. Next year or the year after, they'll change the name as they have done in previous years, and it will still continue to look like it's some type of black on black crime. And it will continue to look like it's a new rebel group, but it's actually the same players. And Rwanda and Uganda cannot afford to commit these crimes by themselves. They have financial, military, political, diplomatic, and even media backing from Western supporters, including the United States being the largest individual country donor to Rwanda, um, including the UK, including the European Union, and many others. Congo is the lung of the world with the second largest rainforest after the Amazon, and it's being destroyed. The people are being destroyed. And I'm moved to just share a little bit because I know Elvis spoke about being displaced as a young person, as a child, when this genocide started in Congo, but he didn't share a lot. So hearing him speak made me want to just put another human face to these type of atrocities. I was once a refugee in Congo after surviving the genocide in Rwanda. Saw these atrocities, was homeless and could see that people will choose to go to other places just to have a little bit of respite. The Congolese have not had this. There are literally mothers who are running, carrying children on the back who may not make it. And there are children on the side of the walkways who are sitting next to mothers who have just been brutally killed. Again, I don't want to present this as just black on black crime. There is sponsorship from Western countries similar to what we're seeing in Gaza. The perpetrators are sponsored. Now, I wanted to start with an appeal to support Elvis's work, and I'm glad that Nidal actually talked about it before I even did, because I think it's very important work. I am part of an organization, the African Great Lakes Action Network, that works on something a little bit different. We have put a lot of effort in making sure that the world is aware. We have a motto that the world must know what is happening, because that's how people will rally to bring about the needed change. Secondly, the reason why these things continue to happen is because of impunity. And our work also includes not only raising awareness, but we're actually developing work to, we've been working on justice, but now we have found in recent times an angle to start pursuing justice, especially when starting with those who are in the jurisdictions that we're in, including people in the United States and other Western countries, that at least we can start to make some inroads into the justice system in terms of pursuing the perpetrators or their supporters. And so our organization, along with a number of others, are actually developing this project. And if any of you are moved or would like to at some point support, again, I think Elvis's work is more primary because it's immediate and there's a dire need for the medical services and everything. And I'm so glad to hear that the DAG has adopted the project. We also are looking to get attorneys involved in the work and everything. And so for any of you who would like to possibly get involved, you can support the work on our website, and I'll add it here. And it's going to be under the 6 million dead, no more. And the reason why we do it this way is because there's a lot of sabotaging of any kind of work to pursue and to try to go after the perpetrators. We are often, even in forums like this, where we're just speaking, we're often pursued. And so we don't always use the usual crowdfunding methods because they'll get shut down. But that's the main thing. Again, we believe that the only way to bring about peace, lasting peace in the Congo and for the whole world, for the Congo and the whole world to actually prosper from Congo's riches, which Congo is it's the richest country in terms of natural resources, is going to be by bringing about truth-telling, which is important to bring about the stories of the people directly affected. It's going to be about the truth leading to justice, and justice will lead to lasting peace. And so that is why we continue to work not only on raising awareness, but also on ensuring that justice is served. Eventually, what we're looking for is for the victims, not only for peace to be reestablished, but for the victims to receive reparations from those who have exploited. And it's the survivors, because what you have is basically millions and millions of survivors, because so many lives have been taken. As Elvis said, more than 9 million. We're saying 6 million here because those are the official reports, but that's from the mid 2000s. Let me not take too much time. I'm looking forward to meeting a lot of you guys at the conference in 2 weeks. But I had planned to give an update on what is going on, and then Elvis, I'm so glad you spoke first, gave a up close and personal update. And I can only add that in recent times, we've seen that hundreds of civilians have been massacred by the occupying forces, who are an extension of Rwanda's and Uganda's military. And those militaries are supported by the US, the UK, the European Union, and a lot of other Western nations, including Canada and Switzerland, who are often overlooked. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Claude. Thank you. I mean, Elvis goes first because he's famous. Elvis Presley and, all these people, they always troublemakers, they go first. They're famous in the media and filmmaking. But yes, let's talk. We're looking forward to see you, Claude, in our conference in 2 weeks. We'll talk more about the projects that you have. And again, it's the same genocide, the same mechanism, the same perpetrators, and the victims are going through the same process. So we need to support them all. But as of today, as we said, we are announcing that DAG is adopting the project of Elvis. We just shared in the comments, please, the link to donations to the victims of genocide in Congo, those young girls, young women who got raped, and their infants who need hospital care, who need support, they need food, they need milk, they need social services. So with all your help, please let the people of Congo feel your generosity. We want money to be the least of their problems, whether they're in Gaza or Sudan or Congo or anywhere else in the world. Those victims, they already have enough on their plate. There enough suffering going on. Money should not be one of those problems. With your generosity, our colleagues, please donate. The link is there in the chat. We just created the link for donations to the victims of genocide on Congo, and we are going to keep sharing this. It's going to be there on our website, and we're going to revisit this campaign every week for more donations to support them. And we're going to talk to you, Elvis, more in the chat, in the WhatsApp group, about the details, how we're going to transfer the money. But we're glad that you are here, and we are happy, actually, we're honored that you are giving us this opportunity. So the honor is ours. It is our duty. It's our moral obligation. It's not a charity. It is our duty as human beings toward other human beings who need our help and who are victims of the systems that unfortunately we are ourselves paying taxes to. I'm sorry because we have too many speakers today. I would love, hopefully, to hear back from you again, Claude and Elvis, next week. We have one of the two amazing doctors, the closest doctors to the hearts of anyone in Doctors Against Genocide on board here, Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra and Dr. Abu Rish. We love you. We always, we always smile. We have a smile on our faces and our hearts whenever we see your names and you see you are here with us. We're gonna hear from you soon. As I told you, both Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra and Dr. Yusuf, we hear you and we see you, and we will be there for you always. But we have Dr. Jill Stein first to share with us about this urgent campaign that we are supporting here. We're joining forces with Dr. Jill Stein and many other organizations regarding the Uniting for Peace initiative. We also want to remind everyone that there is also another Zoom meeting, another meeting for that at 4 p.m. and we're going to be part of this also. So Dr. Jill Stein, please go ahead and introduce the action that we are working on.
Wonderful. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
All right, terrific. Thank you so very much. Thank you to the prior speakers, to Elvis and Claude for sharing a sister struggle. And, as Martin Luther King said, this is a unified fight against racism, extreme materialism, and militarism. And they are, wreaking havoc all around the world, as they have for centuries, actually. So great sympathies for your struggle, and thank you for bringing your very important work to this meeting. And I'm speaking as a proud member of Doctors Against Genocide. I have a slightly different message today, and this is about the fight back. And I'm working with a new group called Lifeline for Palestine. And the premise of our work is that, in fact, we do have the power to end the genocide in Palestine now. And I'm going to share why that is and how we can assert that power right now, because there are several conditions, unique conditions that are coming together right now that enable us to assert the moral majority, not only in this country of the United States, which is driving Israel's genocide, which is in control of it, really, but also the moral gravity throughout the world that abhors this genocide and wants to bring it to an end right now, along with the occupation. So the basic premise is that we want to bring this moral force to assert unstoppable pressure on our representatives to the United Nations and the governments that control them, so that the UN follows through on the commitment it has already made to compel Israel to comply with the International Court of Justice rulings and also resolutions in the UN. And this date for beginning to compel Israel to comply is coming up right away on September 18th. And stepping back for a minute, there is a pro-Palestinian supermajority in the United Nations. This is best seen in the UN resolution passed 1 year ago on September 18th, endorsing the International Court of Justice rulings, demanding an end of illegal occupation, settlements, apartheid, and the genocide. It was about a 10-to-1 vote, 124 yes votes to 14 no votes in the General Assembly. This is way more than the supermajority needed for the UN to take action. Nadal mentioned Uniting for Peace, this mechanism that allows the General Assembly to bypass the immoral and anti-democratic US veto in the Security Council. So this mechanism, Uniting for Peace, you don't need to know details about it at this point, other than that it gives the General Assembly that power. The General Assembly has previously used that power specifically to send multinational UN troops into the Suez in Egypt in the 1950s at the request of Egypt, which then this multinational force then compelled Britain, France, and Israel and their troops to have to leave and to get out of the Suez. So this is among the mechanisms that the UN can use right now through Uniting for Peace. That 1 year mark that I mentioned on September 18th is the date by which the UN General Assembly said Israel had to comply, which obviously they've not complied. They've gone in the absolute opposite direction, doubling down on their depraved criminality. So there's a trigger for action coming up in the UN. And the fourth factor here is the global outrage, which is really just exploding right now against Israel's outrageous criminality in this genocide. So what this project is about, Lifeline for Palestine, is mobilizing the power that we have as civil society around the world to ensure that our representatives in the UN hold the line. So we're not talking about the US. The US is kind of the minor player here in terms of the vote in the General Assembly. We're talking about the vast majority of the world's nations, including the Global South and the Middle East, and Russia and China for that matter as well. The vast majority of the world's nations have already expressed their demand that Israel abandon this genocide and the occupation. And what we're doing now is ensuring that our representatives hold the line for Palestine in the upcoming vote and making our voices heard. And that's through a variety of, things that you do in civil society, everything from letters to demonstrations to civil disobedience, to strikes, etc., BDS, all the means of asserting our power as civil society. And this is what we are coordinating along with many other groups that have been raising this groundswell to demand compelling action at the UN that can force Israel to comply. And so some of the measures that are called for are, military embargo, comprehensive sanctions, withdrawing Israel's credentials in the United Nations General Assembly, which is a precedent, set during the South African apartheid. Same thing was done. A war crimes tribunal, and importantly, a UN protection force like what was sent to Suez to force open entry points right now to oversee the distribution of aid in conjunction with UN and Palestinian organizations and UNRWA, and to protect Palestinians. So these are real measures with a track record that can have real traction right now. It depends on us demanding that power and asserting that power. And in the words of the famous poet and Palestinian rights activist Alice Walker, the biggest way people give up power is by not knowing we have it to start with. And in fact, we do have the power in this setting. We have the mechanism, we have the means, and we have every reason to fight like hell to make this happen, expecting that we can and we should shut down this genocide starting on September 18th, potentially even before. It just depends on how much we begin to mobilize. And so September 18th is the date on which the UN previously committed to taking action to force Israel to comply with the International Court of Justice rulings. But there could be a prolonged battle here. But the main thing is we need to assert our power and to begin doing that as soon as possible. We held a first webinar the day before yesterday and basically brought in thousands of people in the course of a couple of days who are really ready to begin this fight right now. It's a peaceful fight, but it's a fight where we have enormous power if we stand up and choose to use it and use it together. So we are hoping to help people coordinate through Lifeline for Palestine. I can put the website in the chart, but we are holding our second webinar today, and everyone is welcome to go to the website, lifelineforpalestine.com, And you can register for the webinar and get the link and join us and come up to speed on how we are beginning this fight and coordinating it. Because we must end this genocide. There's every reason to end this genocide. And it turns out there is the power to end this genocide now if we stand up and demand our rights to do that. So with that, I will leave
Thank
you and encourage you to come, if you are able, to join us. Whether you can join us today or not, you can join us simply by registering at the website, lifelineforpalestine.com. And thank you so very much for your incredibly powerful work being done here on behalf of the people of Palestine and oppressed people everywhere. Thank you so very much to all of the Doctors Against Genocide for your incredible, inspiring courage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jill Stein. And again, thank you for being here. Thank you for this initiative. Please join the webinar. It's only an hour from now, after 1 hour. Lifeline for Palestine, go on the website. We are also part of this. And again, it's our collective effort that will count at the end. None of us alone can do it. Thank you, Dr. Jill Stein, for taking the lead on this. Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Yusuf, please don't leave. We want to hear from you. We have one more speaker before you, which is Dr. Jonathan Flaxman. Dr. Jonathan Flaxman from UK with Global Health BDS for Palestine also is here to share with us another important initiative. This one is focused more toward the medical community. So, Jonathan, thank you for the wait. I thank you for your patience. I know we have too many speakers, but it's all important. Go ahead, all yours, Jonathan.
Thank you so much, Nidal. And I just want to say thank you to all the speakers who've come before me. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here with you today. And to also acknowledge the fantastic work that Doctors Against Genocide have been doing now for so long. You're an inspiration to all of us. And you bring us the all-important voices from Gaza, which we would otherwise not hear. And that's so, so important because they, of course, are front and center of everything that we do. And my solidarity and support, and I wish we could do more for people on the ground there. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the BDS campaign and a few other things that our group here in the UK, was UK based, but we have other members. So would I be able to share my screen? I have a few slides.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Do I just click on share, do I?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you should be, if you have a problem, awesome. We see your screen.
We have the expert here. He will share anything you want from the world.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Okay, sorry, this is the wrong slide. Okay, so that's who we are, Global Health BDS for Palestine. There's our email address and our Instagram. Please get in touch with us if you want any more information. We're very keen to work with other groups and collaborate the struggle against Zionism and the Zionist entity and this awful, awful regime and genocide is, of course, an international one. So let us work together and stand together in that. So our main aim is to isolate Israel from the international health community along the lines of the BDS campaign. We fully support the BDS campaign and take our lead from the call by civil society groups 20 years ago. It's the 20th anniversary, as everybody knows. We also demand that our medical institutions condemn the genocide and cut ties with their Israeli counterparts. That is a very practical and impactful way that they can show their support and put pressure on the Zionist regime to make change. An important other campaign has come up over the last couple of years, as people will know, and that is the victimization of our healthcare comrades and colleagues in hospitals and all over the healthcare services where they stand in solidarity with Palestine. They are getting targeted by employers and sometimes the medical regulators. So we have launched a campaign in support of them alongside other organizations here in Britain. Boycott Tiva is also an important campaign, which of course many people know about. That's the big generic drug company based in Israel, which pays millions of dollars, shekels, whatever, into the tax coffers of the regime. And is also a pretty bad company in terms of corruption and a range of other things. So moving on. As I say, we're part of BDS. The call for the isolation of Israel in the health sector, I don't think has had enough publicity and interest as yet, although that is changing, I'm glad to say. It is potentially a very promising way of putting pressure on the regime and to show Israeli society that they are now persona non grata internationally. They are pariahs. We do not want them. We do not want to sit next to them in international conferences. We do not want them to be members of international health organizations. They have trashed the spirit and the letter of what international health organizations are about. We take our example from the South African experience. Many years ago, I was a member of the anti-apartheid movement, and we campaigned to chuck South Africa out of international health organizations. We had some fair successes, and it also was effective in terms of putting pressure on the apartheid regime. So we more or less following that example. But I must say that the resistance to taking action against Israel is a lot greater because we are up against the empire. There's no question about it. International organizations largely mirror what happens in political and diplomatic circles, and the Western countries, unfortunately, yet again dominate our international organizations. But we've had some success, and when you organize from the grassroots up, you can succeed. And I'll discuss in a minute about our successes locally here with the British Medical Association. Israel is very concerned about this health BDS. They're very afraid of a domino effect. They know they're vulnerable to being isolated, and cutting ties with them, as I've said before, is potentially very promising. The argument against them is unassailable. The evidence against Israeli health institutions and associations is so overwhelming that it barely needs to be made, the argument. They have completely violated and abandoned all ethical, moral, and professional duties and have forfeited any right to participate in international health forums. The other thing that we need to bear in mind is that not only chuck them out of international organizations, but bilateral associations and relationships. So for those of you in the US, the American Medical Association, the Pediatric Association, the surgeons, whatever, they will have more than likely bilateral links with their Israeli counterparts. Campaign in your organizations to end those ties. Like with everything else, Israel is very, very dependent on international support. They get all their weapons and money and diplomatic support internationally. In the health sector, in engineering, in architecture, you name it, all the civil society organizations are part of the genocide apparatus, are part of the Zionist entity. They depend on the international links, and if we can cut all those ties, there will be a snowball effect once this gets going, and it will have a huge impact, we believe, on the viability of the Zionist entity. So as I say, there's enormous potential here. There are many, many international organizations and conferences that we can take action about. And I've just listed on the right-hand side in the box there, the kinds of specialists and different branches of the medical profession largely, but also physios, dentists, pharmacists, paramedics, OTs, midwives, psychiatrists, you name it. They all have their national organizations and they all have their international organizations. So whatever organization you're a member of, whatever trade union you're a member of, there is action that can be taken. The thing to remember is this basic rule: Israel out of everything. Everything, if we kick them out, we will weaken that regime significantly. So the one campaign, one of the campaigns that we're running with at the moment is Wonka. It's a funny acronym. It's got nothing to do with chocolates, unfortunately, but it is the International Organization of Family Doctors. As I've said, it's also Western dominated. In fact, the president of the European region of Wonka is an Israeli. He's coming to the end of his term, which is good. But, you know, it's striking how Israel always wants to be in Europe in all of these organizations, but they're so busy telling us, on the other hand, that they're indigenous to Palestine. It's typical of the colonial mindset. So what we're doing in this organization, in this campaign rather, is we have an open letter, which is on the right here with the link. Please get all family doctors and general practitioners that you know to sign it and share it. So far, we have over 1,500 signatures from over 50 countries. The more we can get before the conference in Lisbon, which is on the 17th to 21st of September, so it's 10 days' time, the better. We're also going to have a protest outside that conference in Lisbon, and the delegates that are attending will be raising the issue of Gaza and Palestine inside the conference and challenging Wonka over their inaction and complicity with protecting the Israeli Association of Family Physicians. And we will present the open letter at some point during the conference. The other success that we've had was the recent British Medical Association annual conference back in the end of June. We got a number of pro-Palestine motions passed. The most significant one was the one that instructed the BMA to cut ties with the Israeli Medical Association because of its failure, ethically, morally, and professionally. It has said nothing about the genocide. It has not condemned at all the destruction of the health service in Gaza, the murder of 1,600 plus healthcare workers, the imprisonment and torture, and sometimes torture to death of our colleagues. And it is an absolute outrage that so-called colleagues who are living and working a few kilometers up the road just ignore what's going on. When it comes to Palestinians, Israeli doctors have abandoned all their humanity and compassion. There is nothing there. So it's made quite an impact, this. This is some press cuttings. This is the New Arab. This is from Al Mayadeen. And interestingly, this is from the Hebrew press in Israel. That's from Ynet. And you can see the headline there: health officials fear further action against them for further boycott after the BMA decided to cut ties with them. So they are really concerned about this. They fear a domino effect. If we can make this happen in a few more places and people get to know about it more, we can have a big impact. One of our other campaigns is to, as I said, defend healthcare workers who are being targeted and victimized within the NHS here in the UK, but also other aspects of healthcare services. This is a detailed advice document to our health worker friends and colleagues, what their legal rights are in terms of their freedom of expression, the freedom to protest. Our laws here are obviously a bit different from those of yours in the US and other countries, but the principles are the same. The link is here. Please download this, have a look. I'm sure you can modify it quite simply to be useful in other countries. I also wanted to give a shout out to another organization we work closely with, who are called Healthcare Workers Against Censorship. They have developed a detailed survey questionnaire for people who are working in the healthcare service about their experience of repression within their workplace, if they've been targeted, or just what the atmosphere is like within the health environment, the workplace environment. If you're in the UK, please fill that in. If you want to adapt it for work abroad, please do. I'm sure they'd be very happy to do that and to collaborate with you. The more we document what's happening, the more we count up the numbers of people who've been targeted and so on, the better we will have data and information to challenge the leadership of our health services. You know, cases in this country, for example, a consultant neurologist suspended for 18 months for posting about the genocide. The waiting time for the first appointment for neurology in this country, the average waiting time is 48 weeks. They've suspended a consultant for 18 months, a highly experienced and skilled doctor taken out of the service. This is how captured our health service is by the Zionist lobby. They're prepared to sacrifice our healthcare workers and our patients in the service of the Zionist lobby, who says all criticism of Israel, all criticism of the genocide, if you call it a Holocaust, etc., anti-Semitic, those people have to be removed. It's absolutely outrageous, and we are fighting back. These documents and so on, and these campaigns are part of that fight back. And then finally, I just wanted to tell you about a bit more about the Teva campaign, Teva, who I'm sure you know about. We produce quite a lot of literature and social media posts. Actually, this one in the left is not ours, but it's a very good one, so I wanted to share it with you. Again, the links are all in the presentation, and I'm happy to share this with Dag if people are interested to get the links and so on. The one on the right is very useful because what our comrades have done in this table here is to give alternatives to the Teva drugs. Because a lot of the time people say, oh, well, if I can't get my medication, you know, what else can I use? And so the guys have looked into this in great detail. And there's a useful table here of the most common Teva drugs that are prescribed. But in the Instagram post, there's other examples and information as well. So thank you again for the opportunity. I hope that you'll get in touch with us. We really look forward to working with you. These campaigns, I think, have great promise. And I think obviously they are not addressing the genocide directly at this moment, but it is something else that we can do. You know, so much of the time we feel frustrated in our grief, in our rage about what's happening on the ground in Gaza. We don't know what to do. These are things we can all do. They're not going to be immediate, but they will have an impact over the weeks and months to come, and it will put pressure on the regime. So we encourage all of you to think about doing similar things, and please get in touch if you're interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Fluxman. If you can just please stop sharing so we can talk.
Yep.
Thank you for this important work. Please share these links and these campaigns in the comments so we can, our members can use them. And I agree with you. Israel should be expelled from any organization, should be expelled from the UN, should be expelled from the civil world, should be expelled from any organization. Committing genocide is not a protected speech. It's not just a difference in opinion. Committing genocide, if you commit genocide, you already forfeit every right you have. If you commit genocide, you commit the crimes of all crimes. Now, that's not just a hate speech. That's the worst hate crime you can ever imagine. It's not just a speech. You are committing the act itself by slaughtering people. And as we all saw earlier, the crimes against the disabled people. Do you remember from history who were also killing disabled people and dispensing of them? Does this remind you, does this ring any resemblance of history? It was the Nazis during the Holocaust who were getting rid of the disabled people. And our speakers today from the disabled community are a best testament that what is happening is a Holocaust. It's a crime against humanity, against the disabled people, against the children, against the mothers. And when you commit this, Disagreeing with you is not inciting for violence. This is not a political disagreement. You already forfeited all your rights. Committing genocide is not a difference in opinion. It's not just a different political opinion. Committing genocide is the crime of all crimes, and the whole world will hold you accountable for this. You are already committing the most heinous crimes in history, and that make you subject to any disciplinary action that the world citizens decide to do, and the world institutions and governments by sanctions, by divestment, by expelling the entities that are participating in this crime. And thank you again, Jonathan. Please, we're going to hear back from you, and inshallah, we'll work more together. I cannot wait to hear from our two amazing doctors from Gaza, Dr. Yusuf Abu Rish and Dr. Ahmed Al Farra. Dr. Yusuf, are you with us? Sorry, we kept you for long, but we really love to hear from you if you are available. Dr. Yusuf or Dr. Ahmed? Dr. Yusuf, تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum.
وعليكم السلام. Dr. Yusuf Abu Rish
If
from
Dr.
Gaza.
Ahmed is here, I prefer just to start with Dr. Ahmed and to have some comments from my side. Dr. Ahmed, are you here?
Dr. Ahmed, the king of Khan Yunis. Dr. Ahmed, are you there?
السلام عليكم.
Yes, we see you. The connection is a little bit off. We'll wait on it.
I think Gaza's connection is just. As Ramallah's connection.
Yeah, I think Dr. Yusuf Rish is interfering with the connection of Khan Yunis, because I don't know what do they have anything against you in Khan Yunis? I mean, is there competition between Khan Yunis, Dr. Ahmed? بيغاروا منكم شكلهم؟
I think the internet all over
yeah, unfortunately.
This bit of the destroying of the building. Unfortunately, okay, I will start for but first I have to identify President iconic doctor.
Dr. Ahmed, can you try without the camera? Dr. Ahmed, can you try without the camera? Sometimes the voice is more clear without the camera. It seems the connection is not good enough to have video today. Try without camera. I think we can hear you better.
Okay.
Although we missed your face, so we really would.
Okay, my friend.
Yeah.
So, okay, my friend. Thank you. So, I my in he condition he's mechanical. She come back to the attendant and would not. This is too much. Thank you, Karama. You are our icon, and we feel that what we are offer is nothing but with you. My friends talk about I will bring the last a smell of freedom coming from the sea and that is bringing human louder than bombs and this we are
Dr. Ahmed? I think the connection is especially bad this time. Dr. Yusuf, do you want to say anything while waiting for Dr. Ahmed, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
He's back.
First of all, I would like to thank you for having me in this meeting, and I'd like to thank all of our colleagues who are sharing their idea about this genocide. I try just to give you just a general overview about the situation and how we are just now planning and preparing ourselves for the coming scenario. So that's the area which I can just focus on. The problem that in the coming scenario that we unfortunately we Dr. Ahmed, are you here? You are muted, Dr. Nidal.
Yeah, تفضل Dr. Yusuf. Dr. Ahmed, if you please fix your connection, we'll talk to or hear from Dr. Yusuf first, then hopefully by that time your connection will be better. We'll hear from you. تفضل Dr. Yusuf.
No. Yeah. As you know now, we are trying to prepare ourselves for the most worst scenario, although we don't know what exactly the meaning of the most worst scenario. As all the time, when we are thinking that we are reaching the bottom of the most worst scenario and the most worst condition, unfortunately, we feel that they were able to push us even beyond that point. And as I mentioned, now we are trying just to prepare ourselves for the most worst scenario, depending on the idea that the most worst scenario will be just to separate Gaza into three separate deserts. So because of that, now we are preparing ourselves in the following items as if Gaza will be disconnected in three different deserts, which is Gaza and the middle area and Khan Yunis, which is the south area. And now we put a team which is at the level of the management and leadership. We divide the main figures of the Ministry of Health at the managerial level to be divided into three different groups. And we are assuming for each different group, they will be able to manage the situation and the whole services at their governorate alone without any connection with the others. The problem that we feel that all our managerial levels, they will be targeted by mean or another. For example, when I'm talking about the directors of the hospitals, for example, Dr. Ahmed Al-Kahlout, who is the head of Kamal Adwan, he is arrested now. When I'm talking about Dr. Ahmed Mhanna, the head of Al-Awda, again, he's detained. Dr. Raed Mahdi, he is the head of Ad-Durra Hospital, he's detained. Dr. Nahid Abu At'ima, he is the head of Nasser Hospital, the previous one, the ex one, and again, he is detained. Dr. Marwan Al-Hams, the head of the field hospital and the head of Al-Najjar Hospital, he's detained. Dr. Muhammad Abu Salmiya, he was detained, and Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya, he's still detained. And two of the head of the hospitals were killed, Dr. Marwan Sultan, the head of the Indonesian hospital, and Dr. Rafat Lobad, the head of the medical section and medical departments. Actually, he was the medical director of Shifa Hospital. Again, unfortunately, he was killed. So the problem that all of our staff who are at the managerial level, they are feeling that they will be targeted by mean or another, either to be detained or to be killed. And so that's number one, which is the managerial level. We try our best just to have three different groups who can deal and who can manage the situation. Number two, regarding the service, we are trying our best just to divide the service into three levels. One, which is the life-saving, and the other one, which is supporting the life, which is the basic services, and the third one, which is the public health services. Regarding the life-saving services, we are depending on three different items. One, which is the hospitals, and now we are trying to do our best just to expand the emergency department, the theaters, to expand the bed of the hospitals and the ICU. Unfortunately, the generators are with very limited capacity, and you can imagine those generators who are working for more than almost 2 years without any stop, without any spare parts, even without the filters, and sometimes even without the lubricant oils. So we have a very limited resources regarding the electricity and regarding the medicine and the consumables. Now we are facing the most critical condition regarding the medicine and the consumable. 66% of the essential consumable list at zero stock. You can imagine that nowadays we are even unable to do the X-Fix during this catastrophe, and with this huge number of victims, you are trying even just to manage them temporarily using the X-Fix. Nowadays, even the X-Fix is not there. So 66% of the essential consumable list at zero stock, and 45% of the essential drug list at zero stock. That's even containing the primary healthcare services and the emergency and the theater and the ICU and the chemotherapy and all the other services. When I'm talking about the trauma and the orthopedic service and the instruments and the consumables, unfortunately, as I mentioned, even the X-Fix is not there. So now we are dealing with this plan, just trying to fix the life-saving depending on the hospitals, as I mentioned. The second point is to initiate TSBs in the area where it's difficult to reach the hospital. Unfortunately, it's not easily to access the hospital while everyone is targeted and there is no fuel and no one is feeling safe, and there is no safe passage to the hospitals. Unfortunately, there is no safe passage to the staff, there is no safe passage to the patient and the injured people, there is no safe passage even to the supplies, of course, for the ambulances. So we try just to cover all the area either by a hospital or at least by TSB. Of course, we are having very limited resources to have TSB, but that was our plan. It's either to be covered by a hospital or to be covered by a TSB, and trying to refix all the ambulances. Unfortunately, 50% of our ambulances are not working because they are depending on the benzene, which is not there, and we are just using part of them, and even we are unable to use the others because the very essential needs are not there. For example, the batteries. We are not even having batteries for the ambulances, and that's the problem. So this is the regarding the life saving, and the other one, which is the life supporting. I'm talking about the vaccination and the maternal and child health, the antenatal care, and all the ordinary diseases. And again, I can tell you, unfortunately, till now, we have even no one bed for the psychiatric cases, and we have no beds for the ordinary cases. And unfortunately, till now, we are obligatory to discharge the cases prematurely. And you can imagine in Nasser Hospital, while it's just containing 340 beds, we are admitting almost 1,000 cases in Nasser Hospital, and it's the same in the other hospitals. And the third point regarding the services, which is the public health. Unfortunately, we are living in a very inhuman situations without having even the water, and without the food, and without the sewage system, and without the ability to collect the solid waste management. And because of that, we are in a bad need just to have a surveillance system and to record the notifiable diseases. Those are the three branches which is regarding the services. After I'm talking about the management and the leadership. The third point, which is regarding the resources. First of all, the human resource. Unfortunately, nowadays, most of our staff now, they have a very bad experience. Some of them, after they lost, actually most of our staff, talking about more than 90%, they are now without any homes, without any place to live in. Most of them, they lose some of their families, and now they are feeling unsafe and with a very bad experience during the previous invasion. So They are so scared, and me myself, I'm so scared that most of the staff, they will decide to leave and not to face that scenario which was managed before by the Israeli side, where they killed part of them and they detained part of them, and some of them were injured. So the problem, which is regarding the human resource, after 2 years of being working all the time without having any rest, and being at risk, and without protecting the health system. Till now, unfortunately, we have no protection for the health system. We have no mechanism for protection the staff and the ambulances and all the health facilities. I'm trying my best just to loud my sound in each meeting with the ICRC and with the UN agencies to tell them. Unfortunately, it's unbelievable that after 2 years we are still facing the same scenario, and we have no protection for the health facilities and for the staff. And that's the problem. And I can tell you this time, I can't promise that our staff will be able to continue their work like the previous conditions or the previous scenario when they have a decision just to continue. Of course, part of them will continue, part of them will have the same decision just to continue till the end, but the vast majority, after they pass through that very bad experience, I can guess most of them will have a decision just to leave. That's because what I mentioned, and because again, once they were trapped inside the hospital, they will be unable to provide the service. Unfortunately, like the scenario which happened in Shifa Hospital, in the Indonesian hospital, in Kamal Udwan, where the staff, they decide to continue their work, they were unable to manage the patients, and they are lacking the very essential needs, and even the patients were unable to access the hospital. Because of that, they even feeling that they will be useless just to continue like that. And the other resources which has mentioned, I mentioned part of it, which is the medical items. Again, I'm talking about the medical items and non-medical items, including the water, including the food, including of course the fuel, and the other points which is so critical. So that's the in general how we are preparing ourselves. Of course, now we are trying to expand the service at the south, not to facilitate the evacuation of the service from the north, but at least to save lives. Of course, we are unable to expand the service more, but we are trying our best just to expand the service as much as we can. And if that point will be reached, actually we put our plan not to leave and to continue our work at the north. But if for a reason or another we are obligated just to leave to the south, at least to have a place for saving lives, to increase the capacity mainly for the services which is in need for special setup, like the hemodialysis, like the ICU, the neonatal ICU, pediatric ICU, and the adult ICU, and of course the theater. Again, I'm talking about a very unique condition where even we are unable to bring some of the very essential equipments like the basic X-ray and the C-arm and the anesthesia machine and the operation table, and even for the ordinary bed. As we managed before, now we are trying to manufacture some of the beds which is non-medical beds, and this can reflect the whole situation where we are unable to even manage the very essential needs. Of course, we are at the beginning of the winter, where the situation can be even more worse with the winter, while the people are living in a very bad conditions, and even they are unable to protect themselves. The other side trying to use the phrase which is that they are preparing the Ruben Gaza hospital. I can tell you the Ruben Gaza hospital almost fully destroyed. All the infrastructure of the Ruben Gaza hospital, including the sewage system, the internal network and the external network, the electricity, the water, the gas supply, and all the essential needs and the equipments and the structure itself, all of them are destroyed. We are trying our best as usual, like even after they destroy Shifa Hospital, we try just to refix Shifa Hospital. Unfortunately, nowadays we are dealing with more than 250 beds, we are trying our best to restart Ruben Gaza Hospital, but if the different resources will be there, will not be able to restart Ruben Gaza Hospital unless we spend at least 6 months of continuing the work there with continuous work there. So the situation really is so catastrophic. We are trying our best. The problem that nowadays most of the world, they are trying to see the picture in Gaza through a very small bore, which is the famine. While the situation is so critical, and it's not only the famine which we are facing, of course, the genocide in general, which is including the famine, and which is including the mass killing, and again, which is including the systematic destruction of the Gaza health care system, and of course, which is focusing on the children and the women, just to kill the new generation. So we are not only facing the famine, but this is part of our plan while we are just trying to do our best to prepare our best to be to the level of life saving. We know that we'll not reach that level, but at least we have a decision just to continue our work and to do our best.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you for sharing this, and we cannot even begin to imagine how disastrous the situation is in general, especially for from the medical point of view after the amount of destruction that has been visited on the hospitals and the medical system for the last 2 years. And now they want to, I mean, they're still bombing hospitals every week. They want the whole population that is already starved, that is already sick, that's already weak, to be forcibly displaced to a different area. And I cannot imagine how you guys are able to manage or even come close to put
You
any
know that
contingency
every
plans.
point, Dr. Nidal,
Contingency plans. What's that?
you know that every point, sorry for the interruption. You know that every point is very very difficult to manage. For example, is it important to evacuate the assets from the hospitals from the north, at least to save these assets, or to delay? If we'll delay, that we'll face the problem that all of them can be distracted and we can lose them. And if we'll be just early evacuate the assets, that will give a negative message to the people and to the staff and even for the patients who are managed there. So for each point, it's a very critical thinking how we can manage for
Every
each point.
decision, every decision is an excruciating decision. Allah يعينكم, Allah يعينكم, Allah يقويكم, Allah يفرجها. Iyad mentioned to me to remind you or to bring up the issue of field hospitals, like contingency plans. If La samahullah, people are forced to go to the south, uh, should we ask the nations or people or plan for having field hospitals in the areas that people are going to be displaced to? Is this enough? Is this doable? What do you think? And I agree with you that we should try not to evacuate, not to leave as much as we can, but just in case, is it feasible to build field hospitals in those areas just in case?
Um, Actually, we are trying to focus more on the TSP, the trauma stabilization point, and to have effective ambulance system rather than to have new field hospitals, as we have no generators, we have no oxygen sources, and we have no other assets. For example, if you will open another hospital, that's meaning you are in need for example, monitors, beds, anesthesia machine, theaters, and all of these assets are not available. So we are focusing more just to be covering all the area with TSPs and depending on effective ambulance system rather than to have in new hospitals and to expand the already existing hospital because the assets are there and the x-ray is there, for example, and the theater is there and the water is there and the oxygen is there. So to depend on the already existing hospital to expand the service there, it's more useful than that just to open new field hospitals while it will take time and the different resources are not there.
So how can we help this TSA system? How can we help you with the points that you just mentioned to help the existing hospitals expand on them? Is there anything we can do? We're ready to help. If we just need guidance, what else can we do?
In the life saving, as I mentioned, in the 3 points, which is the just to support the already existing hospital, either by having those locally manufactured beds, or to have some expansion for the beds. That's number one, just to expand the already existing one, and to repair the available ambulances. Actually, some of the ambulances we are in need to repair them, and unfortunately we have limited resources, and even sometimes even without money. So if you will be able to support the ambulance system by a mean or another, that will be valuable. And to initiate the TSPs. Now we have the model for the TSP, and I think our colleagues in the three governorate now, they have a clear idea where we should start to initiate TSPs. So anyone who want to support the Ministry of Health and the health sector in initiating TSPs, trauma stabilization point, that will be so valuable. You are muted, Dr. Nidal. Dr. Nidal, you are muted.
Yes, inshallah. Inshallah, we're going to talk to you more, and we're happy to help, willing to help, and ready to help with the TSP. Is trauma civil point? Is it? What's the abbreviation for, Dr. Yusuf? Trauma?
Yeah,
Civil?
trauma
Oh,
stabilization point, TSP.
trauma stabilization
Trauma
point.
stabilization point.
Yeah, so please, everyone, please donate, please support DAG. We're going to talk to Dr. Yusuf and his colleagues and try to support them more with this TSP model, the trauma support point. And also don't forget also the link to our colleagues in Congo and the genocide victims in Congo. We shared the fundraiser link there. Please be generous. The people in Gaza and Congo, they all need our help. They are living in catastrophic and emergency situations. And unfortunately, all these crimes are not natural. These are all man-made. These are all intentional crimes committed by our government. So the least we can do is to support them, while also need to mobilize more to stop these genocides. A reminder that in 15 minutes or 20 minutes, we have the Lifeline for Palestine webinar will start. So please join that. I don't know if Dr. Ahmed is back. Dr. Ahmed, I think he had a bad connection today.
Yeah, he sent a message saying that his internet is very bad.
Grama, okay. Is your connection? Oh, you cannot see you either. Your connection is okay. Can you speak?
My connection is just as bad as Gaza's connection.
Oh. How's your father doing? Can you tell us, please? Any updates?
He's very sick. يعني إن شاء الله خير.
ربنا يشفيه إن شاء الله.
Maybe we need to consult. We need to consult with the doctors of Gaza about his situation.
Yeah.
Vent settings, Dr. Yusuf. He's on the vent. We need vent setting from Gaza.
Leaving. Yeah, أسأل الله العظيم رب العرش العظيم أن يشفيه. أسأل الله العظيم
شكرا
رب العرش
شكرا
العظيم
دكتور
أن يشفيه.
شكرا.
اللهم رب الناس مذهب الباس اشفى أنت الشافي لا شفاء إلا شفاءك شفاء لا يغادر سقما. If I want just to have the final comment before
Yes, please, please.
just to leave.
Actually, you're going to be our final speaker, so please take your time. Anything you want to say, please. And please give us guidance on anything we can do. We're ready to help.
Yeah, I think this is the time where we all have to loud our voice just to protect the remaining part of the health system. And if the health system will be evacuated, the last thing should be evacuated from the north will be the last hospital, and not to push the hospital to be to evacuate early. I think this is the time where we have to push more and to put more pressure and to loud our sound just to advocate to protect the health system. This is the time, because actually the hospital is not only the place where it can manage the patient and to manage the casualties. Actually, this is the place where it gives the people the hope. They depend on the hospital for their water, and they take a hope just to continue their if the hospital is still working. So I think this is the time to put more effort and not to lose time to protect the health system.
Yes, that's a call for all of us, for all our colleagues, all the citizens of the world. You need to protect the civilians, you need to protect the innocent human being, the children, and the hospitals, and our colleagues, the doctors, the nurses, their institutions, their hospitals. They are the last lifeline for the victims of the genocide. As Dr. Yusuf mentioned, people see the hospital as the last source of hope. As long as the hospital is there, as long as there's a light in the hospital, as long as there is a doctor or a nurse, at least they know that if they get bombed, there's a place for them to go. But as many survivors of the genocide shared with us many times before, once we see the lights in the hospital go down, we lose hope and we move, or we are forced to move, because that was the last ray of hope that we were holding on. So please speak up more. We need to protect the hospital. We need to protect our colleagues as doctors and the healthcare workers, as ones who swore an oath to protect life, to protect our colleagues, to protect our profession. This is the least we can do to advocate for our colleagues who are sacrificing everything they have. Dr. Yusuf, Dr. Ahmed, all their colleagues, they are sacrificing their comfort, their life, their families, their homes, and refusing to abandon the people who need their help. He's saying that they will not abandon the hospital, they will not evacuate, because that is the last hope that the people have there. And because of this, they are willing to sacrifice it all to stay there. So please, the least we can do is do more. We have to be more angry. We have to take this more urgently. As Colonel Aguilar said, this is really, really urgent. We are talking about today, not tomorrow. Within a week or two, their plan is to destroy the whole thing, the whole city that is holding 1 million starved people, not even normal people, starved people. They are already weak, they are already sick, they are already suffering, they are already displaced. The hospitals are already struggling with everything. They have no fuel, they don't have good generators, they don't have enough medication, enough supplies. The doctors are exhausted, the doctors are starved, the nurses are starved. Many of them got killed, many of them got injured, many of them got abducted, many of them got displaced. So they're trying all what they can with whatever few resources they have to hold on this hope, to hold on their mission as human beings and as healthcare workers who swore an oath to protect and to sacrifice. So please try to do more, speak up more to help them. And again, as a reminder, in 15 minutes, we have the other Lifeline for Gaza with Dr. Jill Stein and the group. Dr. Ahmed keeps coming and going, but I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to speak with him. I want to open this for please reflection, quick reflections, a couple of minutes, each one of our colleagues here. Dr. Ahmed, are you back? Dr. Ahmed?
Yes, yes, Dr. Nidal.
Oh, good.
Sorry,
It's good now. تفضل. All
sorry
you.
for the internet. Actually, the internet is very miserable. Sorry, sorry.
It's not your fault, Dr. Ahmed. We know that. You don't need
Yes,
to be.
yes. You know, Dr. Yusuf always make it is hard for everyone to talk after him because he's the big boss and he make a very very nice full conclusion and أتعبت ما بعدك يا دكتور يوسف. So anyone talk,
I felt the same. I felt the same. There's
yes,
nothing else to say after him.
anyone will talk after Dr. Yusuf, he will be the loser.
He
But
he
anyway,
has the bar for all of us.
yes, yes. Anyway, I'll again, I will certify about the free people of the sea, champions of humanity. Gaza is proud of you and the praise for you and sees in your the reflection of dignity that cannot be broken. So we really very thank for them for choosing to be witness of a truth and messengers of a humanity and sales of hope. This is the first message. Second message, that we are today on the 700 days of destruction in Gaza. We are talking about 39 hospitals completely destroyed and 833 mosques were completely destroyed, and 163 lecturer organization, which include institute or a school or a university, were completely destroyed. Yesterday, I listened to a radio interview a former senior Israeli army general who working at a strategic research center was asked, why do we strike Gaza City? It is modern, high-rise building, and it will not affect our progress on the field operation. He replied, we are well aware of the cultural significance of Gaza City. It is beautiful, paved streets and the new commercial shops, and its touristic and historical landmarks. We carried out calculated and painful strikes on everything they loved and still love, to hurt them and make them regret. He added, we are working on delivering more shocks, and they must witness them repeatedly to re-engineer their consciousness. He wants to re-engineer our consciousness. I will tell him, please, you have to re-engineer your consciousness and not our consciousness. Also, last week there were a very nice festival talking about a film for Hind Rajab. For everyone, Hind Rajab was killed by nearly 355 bullets in a desperate attempt to erase her identity. But the soldier who did that and who ordered that, he didn't realize that her face would be immortalized in the memories of the faithful around the world, that her name would become an icon for betrayed innocence, and that her story would resonate in the hearts of those who believes in our dignity and our cause. If justice is not served, our child and our children will grow up, and one day they will take revenge. This is the message, the second message that we want to talk about. The audience of the festivals nearly 15 minutes while they are cheering and talking about, they are proud about that film. So I think this will be something to triumph over the killer of children, and the blood of the martyrs will be watered with the dignity of revenge and the justice of heaven. The third about the situation, I want to confirm what about Dr. Yusuf talked about. I will talk about the pediatric department today. We have in the meeting, the pediatric ICU is full by nearly 9 beds. 7 of them are acute bronchiolitis. Unfortunately, we have outbreak of acute bronchiolitis nowadays, which is severe, which is sometimes not responding to suction and ventilators and IV fluids. Sometimes the patient need mechanical ventilation. So we have a real critical situation in the pediatric ICU. We contact the administration of the hospitals, and we try to make some extension outside the hospital. We are looking for for ventilators to make extension. Unfortunately, the ventilators are in the European hospital, and the occupational forces not allow for any of these system or ventilators to come to Nasser Hospital. And also, as Dr. Yusuf mentioned, we are afraid about evacuation of the north ventilators, and this may be something critical, and you can't judge about it. So it is very difficult situation. I will not be I will not be afraid to talk that every day the senior doctor in the pediatric ICU is examining a case with acute bronchiolitis with respiratory failure, and he is unable to do mechanical ventilation due to unavailability of a ventilator because all of the ventilators are occupied. You know, my friends, that we are just the only pediatric ICU that working in South Gaza. They are 9 beds. After extension, it was 4 beds, but we lost the European Hospital pediatric ICU beds. We lost also in Nasser Hospital pediatric ICU beds. We lost also Rantisi and Durra pediatric ICU beds. So it is very critical situation. I don't want to be more long but I will give the last message. I have to mention that when I try to make some coverage about the situation in Nasser Medical Complex and the last targeting in Australia, in America, in United Kingdom, every one of the journalists and of the media asking me about the conflict between Hamas and between Israel. It is not conflict. Again, we have to correct this. It is not conflict between someone and Israel. No. It is someone who occupied our land again. There is someone who give a promise for another one who doesn't deserve the land, and in the same time he make a promise for two other partner. He make a promise for the Arabs if they fight against Turkey, and he always give a promise for the French if they were dealing with him. But unfortunately, he gave the promise for the first one who's doesn't deserve, and he not own that land. Again, my grandmother, Mr. Khadija al-Nazli, was in Yafa Nuzha. She was one of the most brilliant woman, and she was a very cooperative lady. She have a special comb for head lices. She used to treat all the cases of head lices and lices in the hair. She told us, and I am really aware about that, and my mother told me about that, that all of the Jewish who came from European countries, from Poland, from United Kingdom, all of them were suffering from head lices, and she was able to treat them, and she treated them from that lices by that special comb, and she had to add some kerosene to kill the head lices. After that, in 48, they occupied her house, and she was left to Gaza, and she did in Gaza. This is our land, and we have to come back to our land. The last message I want to mention, that when the Ethiopian people were immigrated to Israel, you remember that Jewish who are Ethiopian were immigrated to Israel nearly 50 years ago. They are Jews. Women reported in 2013 that they were reported that they were given against their consent and without their knowledge. They were given, you can't imagine, contraceptive shots, so they wouldn't be able to be pregnant. So again, Israel is a racist regime. They are against the black. Even if you got in the community, they are hate the Eastern Jewish. The Western Jewish are dealing with high level with low level, sorry, by the eastern countries who coming from Iraq, Yemen, or Ethiopia, or something like that. So again, Israel is racist, and they try to projecting their diplomatic. They are talking about democracy and secularism, and they are shining examples for that. But actually, they are. This is fake and not true. What that happened with the Ethiopian Jewish, that happened also in the Indian race in America when Winston Churchill talked about the genocide against Indian race and against the black, that they believe that they great wrong to the Red Indians and America and the black people of Australia because they were replaced by a higher race. Please concentrate on the term, a higher race, a worse worldly wise race. So that they were are talking about, and that we are dealing with the Palestinian people and the Indian race and the black race. And even Dr. Nidal, you are in America, and you can see when the policeman I saw a lot of accident about that when the policeman suddenly try to talk with someone who's black, and they fighting him, they sometimes hitting him, and I saw a lot of cases that the victim was arrested and died under their murder. So this is the spot diagnosis that they are looking for a race who's more higher, and this race should be institute the other race who are the owner for that's land. Thank you. Sorry for being more nice to be with you. It's a great honor to be with you. I'm feeling very proud to be with you. Thank you for Dr. Nidal. You are working too hard. I'm afraid about your time. You are not sleeping too much to cover everything and to fight with us. We are feeling with everything. You are our inspiration, Dr. Nidal. Thank you. Thank you for Maisa Karama, for Dania, for everyone. Good night for everyone.
شكرا يا دكتور أحمد، شكرا. مش يعني أنت بتحكي you say that it's hard to speak after دكتور يوسف أبو الريش. I think it's equally hard to speak after you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karama. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
أهل
إن
غزة
شاء الله.
Please remember, my friend, inshallah, next year we will be all of us, inshallah, gathered in Al-Aqsa and in Ramallah, and we will see Al-Khalil and Yatta and everything.
بشوف أنا غزة يعني أنا بدي أشوف خان يونس.
Inshallah, wallahi, you will be invited to Khan Yunis, inshallah.
inshallah, Allah يخليك, inshallah.
And we have to remember that at the last there is nothing will break our ability, and they will not break our dignity and the humanity to continue. As we mentioned, we have to stay, and we have to fight for the last event. And God bless people of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. As you said, no one will break us, no one will take away from us our right to life, our right to dignity, our right to peace, our right to live for our children, for generations. And as you said, all the talk, the excuses that all this is being done, it's just a war, it's just a conflict. They're doing this for Hamas because it's again Hamas. They're doing this for the hostages. We all know that Hamas, the hostages, the security, these are not the goals. These are the excuses. Not even their security is the goal. It's an excuse. These are all being weaponized toward the real goal, which is the extermination, the elimination, the expulsion, the greed. the land, the greater Israel. That is their real goal. Hostages, Hamas, security, all these. If you are a nuclear country, your security is guaranteed. You should not be worried from few thousand disabled citizens. You should not be worried from children. Your security is not threatened by starved mothers. We know from studying genocide, the history of genocide, that even the claim of security is being used, weaponized as an excuse to commit genocide. Like they use racism, they use, the superiority complex, like they're a superior race. They use the purity of their race. They also used the security and the designation of terror. Designating other people as terrorists is a tool of genocide, because once you designate a people as terrorists, you already dehumanize them and you already made them fair target. And you are talking about someone who is disabled, someone who is in a wheelchair is being a target, is being a threat to your security or to your demographic balance. So I agree with you. These are all excuses. Their goal is the genocide, the extermination, and we all know that, and we know from history that no genocide regime or entity or nation or ideology in history stopped on its own. It has to be stopped by force, by sanctions, by exclusion, by divestment. That's why we are mobilizing the world, mobilizing our colleagues. We need to do more to expel Israel, because Israel is committing genocide, because they already forfeited all their rights to the League of Nations and League of Humanity. So I'm gonna go and join the other webinar, but please, we have reflection from our colleagues here. Please, everyone,
Dr. Nidal,
تفضل.
Dr. Nidal, please, half a minute, please. At the end,
Yes.
the bare hand prevails over the blade. اليد ستنتصر على المخراز إن شاء الله رب العالمين. But I have to mention that and to assist and to confirm and support your opinion, Dr. Nidal, that it is not belongs to hostages or something, prisoners or something like, because the West Bank is the good example for that. Now Karama is in the West Bank. My friend, who's a doctor from Jenin, told me that you have to observe. He's from Saudi Arabia. He visited Jenin 2 weeks ago. He told me that the settlement groups are coming inside Jenin, inside Nablus, inside Ramallah. They choose some area. They hit the people. They cut the trees. They burn the car. And if you try to struggle or to fight, they will kill you. You have to be silenced completely. Even he told me that he take a car from Ramallah to another area. I think I will remember the name of it. He told me while he is over the road, a truck which belongs to the military forces give him alarm to be on the right side and to open the street. His aunt was with him, told him, Doctor Ehab, you have as soon as possible to leave the road. This is very critical. He told her he's from Saudi Arabia. He don't know what will happen. She told him, if you didn't do that, the truck or the truck of the military forces will cross over the car and will crash everyone. And she told him that 2 from Jenin were killed by the same situation, but the media is not focusing on the situation of West Bank. What's happening in West Bank, that evacuation against Palestinian is example equal like Gaza, maybe more aggressive in Gaza, but at the end, I think if we didn't stop that, they will continue in the West Bank to do evacuation. And this is a message for our people in West Bank, like Palestinian Authority, stop convincing about something to do something with dealing with that criminal forces, because it is useless. and without any benefit for you. And what happening when the United States of America take the visa and forbid the visa for the Palestinian to go to the United States to the UN meeting. This is a shame for them, and this is a good message for them to be inside and side with their people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. You know probably, and you heard that Nidal's family almost a whole mountain, 50 acres of land from his family.
Yes. Yes.
And without everything, and they're preventing to their olive groves. Very concerned for the safety of his family because, of course, they're going to try to go to their land and to their houses that they're on the land, and there is no protection whatsoever for any of us in the West Bank. Nothing.
That's right.
There is no law. There is nothing. No one will think twice if people are killed in the West Bank on daily basis.
Yes.
Lift up, and I must say there
So
are
it is a very
which have signed on to Lifeline for Palestine. So it's
Dr.
by
Ahmed, if
raising
you
our
have time,
voices in
we're inviting you, inviting everyone here to please join the other call. Just started Lifeline for Palestine with Dr. Jill Stein and Executive Mukhtabar. If you wanna, Dr. Swiyang, if you have just 1 minute to interview.
So it's really important for us to come at this knowing
Karama,
we are not begging, we are
I did not hear you. What did you say, Karama?
representatives who are supposed to democratically represent.
Can you put the link for the other meeting?
Yeah, I don't
Do
know
you
how
have
to.
it?
I have
Okay.
my link to the panel, but I don't have the regular.
No, don't put the panelist one. No. Okay.
Yeah. Anyone has the link for the Lifeline for Palestine, please? Did anyone get the invitation?
It's in the chat, actually.
It is
Please
in the chat,
register for.
Dr. Jill Stein. So let's please go, all of us, and join this. But before we go, we need 1 minute from Dr. Swiyang, from Iman, from Mariam, from anyone here. Then we all go as a group, and please share the link so Dr. Ahmed can join us there too. And it's all one fight. It's all connected. Dr. Swi, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm really overwhelmed. The only thing I can say is while everybody's here, as long as I live, I will support you, no matter how difficult. Okay?
Thank you.
That's a promise.
Thank you. We are all one humanity, and we're all here for each other and for our humanity. This is a collective trauma. It's a collective catastrophe, and we need to take care of it to unite it. One humanity. Iman?
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Just really quick, just like everybody kept saying, we really need to escalate things. I think we need to do more. And if you're available, we'll be going to the Hill this Wednesday. So please sign up and join us so we can keep our Congress accountable.
I just made my opinion. I'm joining Iman. Count me in, please. I was hesitating.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Good.
I'm afraid I can't join you because I've got to work out my speech. Tomorrow I'm speaking at 2 different places and my head is not working. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll join you at the next one. Okay.
I trust that you're doing all what you can. Thank you, Dr. Sweet.
Yeah.
Mariam.
We will go over them.
I was a little bit of a late addition, but I heard most of what Anthony Aguilar was saying, and I think it was so fortunate that you managed to get him to come on. What he was saying was so powerful, and I hope having him work more closely with Josephine is going to, energize more of our veterans to join. But very, very powerful stuff from him. I mean, listening to Elvis talk about the Congo and the rapes, that's just incredibly hard for anyone to hear. But I'm grateful that there are people that are trying to help those women and those little girls, those babies, you know, when the rest of the world is forgetting them. And, you know, Dr. Ahmed, I'm so glad that your connection started working again, you know, but it was enough to see you pop on and know that you were okay. So thank you so much.
Yes, that the DAG promise one humanity and Iman. We can bring Anthony and Josephine to come to us to the hill.
That would that would be
Yeah.
amazing if they're available. Yeah, we would love that.
I'll make it happen. We will have both of them join us, inshallah. Maribeth?
While Mary Beth is getting together, I just feel that we still have to take the CEO of the GHF.
Yeah. Dania, Maribeth, anyone available? Dania, Maribeth, Dania?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'll keep it short. As you guys all heard Tony Aguilar say, we're running out of time. It's September 7th, and he said that we have to do something before we turn the calendar page for October.
Yeah.
So escalate, do everything you can. We'll be on the Hill Wednesday. We would like to see more of you there. We need to show our presence in numbers, and we need to escalate all efforts. It's a stain on humanity to let Israel survive, and this is just not okay. And we have to do everything we can. And thank you to everybody that spoke today. It was just heartbreaking, heart-wrenching. And of course, we pull inspiration from everybody in Gaza who continues to show up and, you know, speak to us. And yeah, so thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Maribeth, are you still there? Maribeth? Roxana, do you want to speak? Do you want to say something, Roxana? I know you told me yesterday, but it's okay. We can hear from you. 1 minute. You're muted, Roxana. No? Okay, that's fine. So, you have the portals there. So let's all, sorry for the abrupt, termination of this. Yes, let's do more, please. Unite. This is our humanity. DAG is the promise. One humanity. Let's do all what we can. And sorry for the abrupt termination. Let's all go and join the other webinar that just started. Craig Mkhiber is very important voice to hear, and he just started. Maribeth, you want to say anything in 1 minute before we go? Okay, let's join the other webinar because Anthony is there too. So we're going to hear again from him. Thank you, everyone. And
Thank you.
Let's work. Let's work. Let's do a lot of work before we meet again next week.
Yep.
A lot of work.
Right, goodbye.
It's going to be a very busy week. Okay.
Inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Please welcome and join us. Thank you.